Hello.
La caméra.
Voilà, Jean-Pedro.
Ça va?
Bonjour, bonjour. Attendez, parce que je vous entends. Là, je les entends pas, c'est normal.
Je vois déjà Pierre et
Joao,
Rémi.
Joao.
Allô? Ça va?
Joao, tu m'entends?
Oui, oui. Et toi, tu m'entends?
Je t'entends pas encore.
Pas encore?
Moi, je vous entends tous les deux.
Oui, je vous entends parfaitement, sans problème. Et il y a quel problème avec l'autre parlant de Rémi?
Oui, je vais lui laisser un message en lui disant qu'on l'entend.
J'aurais besoin d'autorisation pour partager l'écran.
Oui, mais ça, c'est Maureen qui s'en occupe.
Oui,
Une
Maureen.
minute, on a un petit problème de son là.
Ah, OK.
Tu nous entends maintenant ou toujours pas? Non?
Pierre, vas-y, parle.
Oui, est-ce que tu nous entends? Avec Jean-Pedro, on s'entend parfaitement.
Non, on n'entend pas, ça ne marche pas. Ben, sinon, il faut aller chercher un haut-parleur.
Le volume, vous avez vérifié le volume?
Ah, ça y est. On vous entend.
Ça va déjà?
Oui, Joao, on t'entend bien.
Ah, parfait.
Tu m'entends aussi?
Oh, Rive, voilà, Rive. Hello, Rive.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour.
De l'Amérique.
L'Amérique.
On va. We're going to try a new system with Toulouse. It's if I turn the computer. So it's a hybrid system with Visio and as well with the people who are there, students and professors are with us, looking to you, and you are on the big screen over there, and everyone is listening to what you are saying. So we could start right away with this afternoon of Geo-Bio-Sourced materials in Toulouse. So, Joao, if you want to...
I need to share my screen.
Okay.
I need permission to do that.
Okay, I give you the permission.
Okay.
Désactiver le partage d'écran ou activer?
Activer la partage, oui.
À désactiver?
Non, activer.
Ben, il ne me donne pas le choix de activer. Pourquoi? Partager l'écran.
Ah, mais toi, tu peux partager, mais moi, je ne peux pas, c'est ça?
Maureen, le partage d'écran, c'est... Attendez une seconde. Partager l'écran. Afficher toutes les options de partage. Je ne sais pas, afficher toutes les options. Ok. Là, normalement, si on va partager l'écran, oui, l'animateur a désactivé le partage.
Je peux faire, c'est envoyer la présentation par email. C'est pas la même chose, non, ça marche pas. Sinon, je montre pas des images, ça c'est pas. Ah,
Tu es arrivé là?
non, moi je me vois à moi-même un grand plan.
Oui, c'est ça, il faut désigner João Pedro comme,
Ah, c'est
comme-
déjà là.
comme
Ok,
animateur. Comme animateur, oui, voilà.
c'est déjà, sans problème. Ok. Voilà. Vous voyez maintenant?
On voit que tu as commencé le partage d'écran, mais
Ça marche pas? Ça ne fonctionne pas. Bon. J'ai commencé, mais vous voyez, qu'est-ce que vous voyez? Vous voyez déjà le...
on te voit toi et on voit un écran noir qui nous dit que FOP a commencé le partage d'écran, mais ça ne
Mais vous
s'affiche
voyez
pas.
rien. Mais vous voyez rien. Ah, OK. Stop share.
You
I'm
have
sorry.
to choose. I'm sorry. You have to choose what you want to share, João Pedro.
I know, my dear. No.
Okay, maybe I can help. It has two steps, you know. Partager l'écran. Oh, okay.
Ça y est,
Yeah.
ça fonctionne. C'est vous qui l'avez partagé?
Ça fonctionne déjà?
Là, on voit, oui.
OK. Excusez-moi. Good afternoon. Sorry. Okay. Dear Pierre Fernandez, director of the ENSA Toulouse. Dear Rémi Papillot, director of the Architecture Research Laboratory at ENSA Toulouse, responsible for today's event. Thank you so much for that. Dear participants of the three sessions prepared for today, to which one of the so-called Geo-Bio-Sourced materials, the soil sector, the wood sector, the stone sector. Dear students, colleagues, and attendants, you are very welcome. Today, we are closing the set of 6 sessions organized in each of our countries during the past months. 1, designing with the landscape in Athens. 2, the question of housing in Bordeaux. 3, framing collectivity in Zagreb. The maiotics of the city in Bologna-Cesena, Kilometer Zero architecture in Valenciennes, and now Geo-Bio-Sourced materials in Toulouse. All these events are recorded and available at the Geo-Bio-Sourced website. And we intend to compile the most relevant information that come out from these events in a set of publications, and then to go on with the BIPs, Blended Intensive Programs. Today, I understand that we are going to hear about the most common materials, earth, wood, and stone, often present in vernacular architecture, which tend nowadays to be reappropriated by the most interesting contemporary architecture, which are really concerned with the environment and people's well-being. It is hardly by chance that the RIBA International Prize 2021 was just awarded to this amazing building, the Friendship Hospital in Satkhira, an 80-bed community hospital situated in a remote rural area of the southwest of Bangladesh, designed by the Bangladesh architect Kashef Chaudhuri from Urbana. And this is only one of the multiple examples, and we have seen a few of them during these sessions, that I could present to confirm the growing recognition of this kind of architecture, built from local geo-bio-sourced materials, which is clearly sustainable, inclusive, and that is possibly contributing to define this new Bauhausian aesthetic trend. Anyhow, as it is highlighted in the description of this thematic session, we are living in a paradoxical situation in Europe. As always, we might have these materials at our disposal, but, and I quote, their use today is not an obvious nor a simple process because of the lack in these sectors and the pressures related to standards. I think I can say, in the name of this consortium, that we are willing to contribute, particularly today with this session, to the aims to exchange, and I'm quoting again, on the issues of sectors and norms of geo-bio-sourced materials at the scale of the Southern Europe. End of quotation. Let's work on in all together. I wish for a fruitful working afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joao, for that. And now, Pierre Fernandez.
Ok. Muito obrigado, caro colega. Meu inglês é suficiente para entender tudo que você falou, mas eu confesso que para eu falar ficaria mais tranquilo em português, mas o meu inglês não permite, então eu vou me expressar em francês.
Ah, mas o português é perfeito!
Eu poderia ter feito a minha apresentação em português tranquilamente, mas com inglês é mais complicado para mim. Então, a Maureen vai compartilhar na tela a tradução da minha fala em inglês, tá? E eu peço desculpas para falar francês.
Non tem de quê.
Bien, après m'être... merci, merci,
Pierre,
merci.
Pierre, juste une seconde, un petit truc technique, on partage. Quoi?
Son texte en anglais.
Ah, on va partager ton texte en anglais pendant ce temps.
Il faut que vous repreniez la main après avoir donné le... Voilà.
Voilà, c'est à toi.
Bien, merci. Voilà, après m'être excusé en portugais auprès de mon collègue de ne pas dominer suffisamment bien la langue de Shakespeare pour m'exprimer en anglais et avoir avoué que ça aurait été plus confortable pour moi de le faire en portugais. Je vais donc faire ma brève introduction après mon collègue de la FAO Porto en français. Mais vous avez un partage d'écran avec la traduction en anglais. Bien, l'école du Bauhaus a souvent été assimilée à un mouvement ou à un style, alors qu'elle était aussi, et peut-être avant tout, le fruit d'une démarche adossée à des objectifs politiques faisant écho à une crise sociétale et fondée sur une communauté de travail rapprochant artistes, architectes et artisans. Sa création visait donc la construction d'un enseignement exploratoire adapté à de nouvelles pratiques sociales et surtout pas à l'enseignement d'un art dégénéré comme l'a prétendu le régime nazi lors de sa dissolution en 1933. Dès sa création en 1919, Walter Gropius, premier directeur de l'école du Bauhaus, indique dans son manifeste qu'il n'existe aucune différence essentielle entre l'artiste et l'artisan, une formulation qui sera revisitée en 1923 et remplacée par l'art et la technique, une même unité. On y trouvait d'ailleurs dès 1920 un enseignement dispensé par des artistes et architectes appelés les maîtres des formes et des artisans appelés les maîtres des ateliers. L'histoire du Bauhaus est restée très présente dans notre établissement et un très bel ouvrage sur sa genèse, réalisé à l'occasion de la commémoration des 100 ans du Bauhaus et coordonné par Andrea Hulberger, professeur de l'ENSA Toulouse, et d'ailleurs en cours de publication. Dans un contexte historique et socio-culturel différent, et toute proportion gardée, cette démarche nous incite inévitablement à opérer un rapprochement avec la mouvance sociétale actuelle, fondée sur les transitions écologiques, sociales, économiques, numériques, visant comme l'école du Bauhaus la construction d'une société nouvelle et qui nous invite à explorer les nouvelles pratiques pédagogiques qui doivent l'accompagner ou l'anticiper. Dans ce contexte, la Commission européenne a lancé en 2020 l'initiative New European Bauhaus, dans laquelle l'ENSA de Toulouse est partie prenante, ce dont je me réjouis. Cet engagement se manifeste dans une démarche en fort développement au sein de notre établissement, qui se traduit par la création d'une chaire ressources, transition, innovation, en partenariat avec les filières de construction, les collectivités et un réseau universitaire local, national et international, et qui se traduit aussi par des enseignements expérimentaux intégrant le savoir-faire artisanal dans les pratiques de conception et faisant notamment l'objet d'une thèse de doctorat au sein du LRA. Je suis donc particulièrement satisfait que cette journée permette de présenter la contribution de l'ENSA Toulouse au New European Bauhaus, et je cède ainsi la parole pour la suite de l'introduction à mon collègue et ami Rémi Papillot.
Merci Pierre. Le PowerPoint. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much to Maureen, that you all know, she is the great organizer of the technique and everything. Thank you very much to her. So I will make a short introduction of this afternoon. So as you said, Joao, there is 3 times in this afternoon, 1 time in soil sector, 1 time in wood sector, stone sector, and at the end, Andrea Hulberger will do a presentation about teaching in a time of crisis, lessons from Bauhaus. Pour avancer. So at the time of the ecological transition, the field of architecture, on m'entend là, je passe dans les... Vous m'entendez au fond? Vous m'entendez parce que ça passe dans les haut-parleurs? Ou vous m'entendez juste comme ça?
Oui, je vous entends comme ça.
D'accord. At the time of ecological transition, the field of architecture and construction have a major role to play. That's why we are there, and that's the role of the School of Architecture, particularly in the choice of materials they use. These traditional materials such soil, wood, stone, now grouped under the name of Geo-Bio-Sourced materials, appear to be essential for contemporary designers and practitioners, architects. Also, they are material used in all human society since their foundations. They use today in Europe is not a simple process because of the lack in these sectors and the pressures related to standards. It's a great question of we will talk about all the afternoon. These difficulties have led the system to widespread aberration in the context of climate crisis. It's not uncommon to see, for example, a country with a sufficient quantity of traditional being forced to import the same material from another country for certification purpose. This session, therefore, aimed to exchange on the issues of sectors and norms of geo-bio-sourced materials at the scale of Southern Europe. New Bauhaus goes south could be a great question, as Joao I've put at the introduction. It's a good opportunity for us to take advantage of the greatness of New Bauhaus goes south network to understand what are the institutional, industrial, artisanal, and conceptual obstacles and levers at work in each country. The question becomes, how can we innovate in the use of geo-sourced natural resources, produce and transform into short circuits in our different locations of South Europe? Could we share in our net specific knowledge on that? And I have put down in this PowerPoint some great images about, it's made me laugh and cry, the name of this ship, Evergreen, the name of this company, you know, who take, for example, the wood from our forest to go to China to be manufactured, and coming back with the same ship, coming back all around the world, you know, and sometimes the Evergreen could stop, you know, and be blocked in this, as you could see in this image. So is the end, you know, of this kind of thinking about how to deal with material. And when you see the way of these ships around the world, the 10 first harbor in the world are now in China. So all the industrial process of many things, but also of the material of construction for architecture are going through China. So it's for us a great question. We have nothing against China and Chinese, but it's more a question, you know, of carbon. It's a question of carbon and question of resource. So as you could see, the impact of the carbon in our building process. So resources and savoir-faire. know how. A first step is to learn the knowledge of territorial data. And first to identify available resources and map them. So there is some company and association who are trying, to make this kind of mapping. And I was very interesting to see for Cos du Quercy, very close from us, but there is down there Vincent Cousy, Muralière in Caylus, the guy is there, so this kind of mapping could be very accurate and give us a lot of direction, a lot of tracks to follow on this question of geo-bio-sourced material. So first it's to identify this resource on maps, analyze the transformation processes of this resource into architectural materials, and we will see a lot of examples this afternoon, and collect all the savoir-faire processes in the implementation of resources. So these preliminary investigations are necessary because the use of these bio-sourced materials has often been abandoned in favor of industrialized materials. It will be necessary to rediscover traditional savoir-faire, to question their methods of implementation, and to find ways of rationalizing and innovating in order to allow the development on their implementation in a contemporary context. So with my friend Myriam, Laurent Godun, Nathalie Tornet, and the member of the chair of the École d'Architecture de Toulouse, we have considered a few tracks, a few pistes to follow for us. There is 6 could be followed, but first, soil construction is not a track. It was a 2 or 3 slides. Soil construction. Ah, j'ai perdu le droit de. Soil construction, so there is a strong articulation between heritage, as you could see with this old farm built in soil. I don't know, is it maybe Tarn-et-Garonne or Gers? I don't know. And new building, like the one very famous that you could see from Herzog de Meuron, the Anthropo Ricola, and Colzani with an architect who worked on that since 2 or 3 decades, 4 or 3 decades. So you will see example. We have done as well we have followed some experimentation, in this case of mobile sawmill, une scierie mobile, c'est plus clair, like that, sorry, for construction timber in Ariège. And there is this great example of Gilles Perrodin, who built in stone some vertical building. So my presentation will focus now on this 6th way of doing, of 6 tracks to follow. First is to promote opportunities for experimentation, work with our partners, industry, builders, on a form of innovation in setting up operation to promote opportunities for experimentations. approaches to be built which can question both standard procedures and normative, and in particular, the certification of material, which will allow the implementation of knowledge, especially knowledge with craftsmen. Second, re-examine the constructive method to optimize them in terms of cost and deadline. Since these techniques have a high labor price, because of time, because of knowledge, it will also be necessary to re-examine the constructive methods to optimize them in terms of cost and deadline, as put it down, and to make them affordable enough to be able to generalize them. Very important question. Promote the organization of the sector. Vous avez compris que secteur, c'était filière, by eliminating intermediaries as much as possible. Innovate in implementation by developing prefabrication methods. Donc, j'ai mis en français les différents points. Explore, number 3, explore the potential of constructive mixes, hybridization of material that combine these Geo-Sourced materials with each others to make the best use of the characteristic of each resource and promote the rationalization of implementation. Wood, earth, mixité, bois de terre is one very coming from the tradition, you know, up to now to a new way of building could be, you know, question. 4, take an interest in the basic material, but also in the life cycles of the material. Think about a reuse strategy, discover the possibilities of materials made up of scraps of other materials. Le cycle des matériaux, la question du réemploi, très important. 5, all these points could be, you know, the point for all the project in master. Even if your building you are working on is in concrete, maybe this kind of question could be there. So 5, study the intrinsic relationship between resources and architectural typologies. How does the use of a material induce a specific architectural style? But the building of Herzog de Meuron was there as a kind of example. The way you design is strongly impacted by the use of such and such resource. And there is a singularity of the material which necessarily leads to a spatial singularity. Explore the impact of these Geo-Sourced resources on spatial typologies. 6, and last one, to go even further on the use of these resources, it is also necessary to understand their impact on the concept of comfort and their energy performance. Beyond spatial typology, they also produce typologies of use, conditions of habitability, and control of atmospheres. In these constructions, the user must be considered as an active actor in his habitat, conceived as a living organism in connection with its climatic environment. Okay, so this 6 track, maybe there is others, but At least for us, it was something very important. So let's start now with, after this introduction, with different sessions. And the first session will be introduced by Nathalie. So, bon, ça va, c'est un anglais, en plus c'était en français. Vous connaissez, il n'y a pas besoin d'avoir fait beaucoup d'années de langue.
Thank you for this introduction. Now it's the first session with the soil sector. And the first intervention is about the soil sector in Midi-Pyrénées with Myriam Bekoucha. She is architect, professor, researcher at the National School of Architecture of Toulouse. The presentation will be in French and the slide in English.
On est suivi par une trentaine de personnes. C'est pour ça que...
Bonjour à tous. Je remercie tous ceux qui sont présents à l'école sous nos yeux et ceux qui sont connectés pour assister à ce séminaire, de l'intérêt qui est porté à ce sujet d'une extrême actualité. Je voudrais commencer par dire que nous avons tous conscience qu'il est vital de modifier nos logiques économiques pour construire un nouveau modèle qui privilégie l'usage local des ressources naturelles issues de nos propres territoires. La ressource terre en particulier, une matière géosourcée, est une matière première à la disposition de tous et en tout lieu. Ah, pardon, c'est à moi de le faire ça. Excusez-moi. Il faudra que tu me le fasses. Oui, excusez-moi. Donc, je reprends. La ressource terre, matière géosourcée, est une matière première à la disposition de tous et en tout lieu, et avec laquelle ont été produites des architectures dans toutes les régions du monde, et cela depuis la nuit des temps. La ressource la plus modeste qui soit, avec laquelle les sociétés humaines ont bâti des architectures remarquables, un patrimoine toujours présent sous nos yeux. Rappelons ici qu'un tiers de l'humanité vit dans un habitat en terre, soit plus de 2 milliards de personnes réparties dans près de 150 pays sur toute la planète. Alors, pour se recentrer sur notre région Midi-Pyrénées, depuis quelques décennies, on assiste à un vaste renouveau des constructions en terre, des constructions qui cherchent à concilier innovation, confort, qualité architecturale et éco-responsabilité. Devant l'expression d'un tel potentiel et depuis la position territoriale du Midi toulousain, pour lequel ce matériau est un marqueur historique, on est amené à se poser plusieurs questions. Pourquoi les architectures de terre ont-elles été marginalisées au XXe siècle dans nos régions? Quels sont les atouts de la construction en terre et quelles en sont les limites? Quel est le bon usage de ce matériau? Est-il encore en adéquation avec nos méthodes constructives et nos possibilités de main-d'œuvre? Comment améliorer les performances de la terre crue sans réduire ses atouts écologiques? Et comment développer localement une économie circulaire fondée sur la construction en terre. Avec la chaire partenariale de l'école de Toulouse, Ressources, Transition, Innovation, nous avons lancé cette réflexion prospective avec nos partenaires locaux visant à régénérer les savoir-faire, à faciliter et encourager l'usage de la terre dans notre région. Nous sommes allés à la rencontre.
Non, il n'y a pas de micro, on t'entend en direct.
Nous sommes allés à la rencontre des acteurs locaux de la construction en terre avec l'objectif de, premièrement, faire le constat de la situation actuelle en Midi-Pyrénées. Deuxièmement, pointer les forces en présence pour une dynamique nouvelle. Troisièmement, identifier les points de blocage dans la réalisation de projets en terre. Et quatrièmement, voir comment lever les verrous de cette faisabilité technique et économique. Dès les premières rencontres, nous avons pris conscience de la similitude des freins et des écueils rencontrés par l'ensemble des ressources naturelles bio et géosourcées pour leur développement local. Tout d'abord, des problèmes de certification. Les matériaux locaux ne correspondent pas aux critères normatifs de la réglementation européenne. Leurs caractéristiques mécaniques ne sont pas certifiées. Leurs procédés de mise en œuvre ne disposent pas d'avis techniques. Les bureaux de contrôle ne les valident pas en l'état et les maîtres d'ouvrage ne peuvent être couverts par les assurances dans cette validation. La situation est donc bloquée et elle est gérée au cas par cas avec le financement d'ATEX, avis techniques expérimentaux, uniquement dans le cadre de réalisation qui bénéficie d'un budget assez important pour absorber cet investissement financier préalable. Un second problème est celui de la méconnaissance, de la perte de connaissance de la ressource locale, de sa disponibilité, de ses lieux de production, des savoir-faire pour sa mise en œuvre, et notamment par les concepteurs. Un lien qui ne se fait pas spontanément entre le marché local et la ressource locale. Les savoir-faire se sont perdus dans les entreprises et plus encore dans la maîtrise d'œuvre entre les années 1950 à 1980, dans la phase d'intensification de la mondialisation du commerce des matériaux. Enfin, on note aussi une problématique d'engagement. Globalement, le milieu institutionnel local, en termes de volonté d'expérimentation ou d'innovation, n'est pas assez dynamique, pas assez porteur. La politique du moins de 10 ans dans les marchés publics ne favorise pas la recherche de développement de procédés d'innovation. L'innovation, c'est moderniser la tradition. Il faut réapprendre à expérimenter à partir de ce que l'on sait déjà faire. Il y a un rapprochement stratégique à rechercher entre artisans et concepteurs, avec un intéressement des collectivités locales à soutenir cette dynamique pour la favoriser et la faciliter. Enfin, dernier point de ces freins qui nous ont été signalés, c'est la question de l'optimisation. Localement, l'extraction des ressources et les méthodes constructives ne sont pas assez abordables en termes de coûts et en termes de délai pour pouvoir les généraliser. Il nous faut donc moderniser les méthodes, optimiser les moyens, trouver des modes de préfabrication pour rendre la production locale plus accessible. Il faut aussi en parallèle développer une réflexion sur l'optimisation de la ressource par le réemploi de ces déchets. Si l'on en revient à la question de la spécificité de la ressource terre, il faut rappeler que la première spécificité de la matière terre crue est qu'elle constitue le plus répandu des matériaux de construction, la ressource la plus naturellement disponible et équitablement répartie sur la planète, avec une géologie de sol argileux dont on privilégie pour l'extraction les argiles riches en kaolinite, qui sont des argiles peu gonflantes, plutôt qu'en smectite ou litite et des argiles très gonflantes et qui poseraient des problèmes de retrait. Cette disponibilité et cette permanence expliquent certainement la multiplicité de techniques constructives en terre crue que l'on peut classer en une douzaine de familles de savoir-faire vernaculaires. Tout le monde reconnaît là le cercle qui répartit la façon d'utiliser toutes les techniques de mise en œuvre de la terre, dans lesquelles on trouve pour les principales de la terre coulée en remplissage de matériaux creux, de la terre découpée en mottes et utilisée en maçonnerie, de la terre compactée entre coffrages, le pisé, de la terre comprimée dans des moules à l'aide de presses manuelles ou motorisées, la BTC, de la terre modelée en boule empilée, la bauge, de la terre moulée à la main puis séchée au soleil, l'adobe, de la terre extrudée au moyen de filières mécanisées, la brique, de la terre fibrée avec de la paille en remplissage isolant de structures en bois, la terre paille, de la terre mêlée de fibres végétales et appliquée sur un support de latis de bois, le torchis. Bref, nous n'allons pas toutes les passer en revue, ça serait trop long. En France, la plupart de ces techniques ont été utilisées avec une dominante de l'une ou l'autre par région et en fonction de la granulométrie de la terre locale, de son humidité et du type d'argile disponible. Dans notre territoire en Midi-Pyrénées, la terre de vallée de Garonne contient entre 20% et 40% d'argile, ce qui permet d'utiliser l'ensemble de ces techniques avec une dominante historique pour l'adobe, la brique, l'adobe étant la brique moulée, la brique extrudée, le torchis et le pisé. Le fait de retrouver l'ensemble de ces techniques dans notre patrimoine bâti fait du territoire Midi-Pyrénées la région la plus emblématique en France de la construction en terre. En ce qui concerne les acteurs locaux, avec le nouvel intérêt accordé à la construction de terre, redécouverte ces dernières années, même localement au regard des objectifs de construction bas carbone, une nouvelle effervescence se développe, mais se trouve confrontée à un état des lieux désorganisé, avec une multitude d'acteurs non connectés du fait de l'abandon de ces techniques depuis plusieurs décennies. Face à la demande croissante des collectivités, mais aussi des particuliers qui ont été sensibilisés aux atouts de la construction en terre, pour les qualités qu'on lui connaît, son inertie thermique, ses capacités d'hygrorégulation, sa disponibilité en tant que ressource locale et sa faible énergie grise, on est surtout confronté au manque de formation des maîtres d'œuvre, autant architectes qu'ingénieurs, et au manque de motivation des contrôleurs techniques pour observer les performances de ces matériaux au regard de leur réalité historique, plutôt que d'exiger des PV et autres avis techniques que les artisans n'ont pas les moyens de produire. Par chance, les entreprises artisanales qui approvisionnent la terre à partir de leur carrière et la façonnent en matériaux de construction sont encore bien présentes en Midi-Pyrénées, du fait de la permanence de la production de la terre cuite dans notre région. Une dizaine de briqueteries artisanales sont encore en activité et entretiennent des relations solidaires pour faire face à des besoins de production qui dépassent leurs moyens respectifs, car jusqu'à très récemment, la production de matériaux en terre crue ne représentait que 2 ou 3% de leur chiffre d'affaires. Concernant la structuration de la filière terre, à l'échelle nationale, l'association AS-Terre œuvre depuis 2006 au développement de la filière et depuis cette année, en septembre 2021, très récemment donc, a été lancé en France le grand projet national Terre, un projet de recherche avec 83 contributeurs issus de 45 structures différentes qui ont fait remonter l'état des lieux de tous les freins du développement de la construction en terre. Tous ces sujets ont été présentés, ils ont été traités et classés en 9 grands thèmes de recherche dont l'objectif est de déterminer les leviers qui permettront de refonder les textes réglementaires à l'échelle européenne pour favoriser la construction en terre à une échéance de 5 ans. En Midi-Pyrénées, on constate une certaine effervescence d'initiatives, d'associations et de regroupements d'acteurs locaux, comme par exemple la Confédération de construction en terre crue, le CCTC, qui rassemble les entreprises qui détiennent encore ce savoir-faire, le collectif À toute terre pour la promotion des métiers de la terre crue, avec 37 professionnels qui en font partie, l'édition d'un guide des bonnes pratiques de la construction en terre par AS-Terre, Arezo et À toute terre sur les savoir-faire des techniques constructives du pisé, de la bauge, de terre-paille, de torchis et de briques de terre crue. Il y a quelques années, le projet Terre Cruzeau, qui a permis la caractérisation des briques de terre crue en Midi-Pyrénées, un projet en partenariat entre le laboratoire des matériaux de l'INSA, le LRA de l'ENSA Toulouse et 5 briquetiers artisanaux locaux impliqués dans cette caractérisation de leur propre terre. Et enfin, encore plus récemment, ça date de novembre 2021, un même regroupement de ces briquetiers locaux pour l'obtention de FDES, les fiches de déclaration environnementale et sanitaire, qui sont réclamées pour tout projet de construction aujourd'hui, qui démontre le très fort avantage de la terre crue en termes de bilan carbone et permet de le justifier dans le cadre normatif réglementaire actuel. Je peux donner quelques valeurs pour bien mesurer l'intérêt de l'usage de ce matériau par rapport aux autres. Le bilan carbone du béton se chiffre à 141 kg de CO2 au mètre carré. Le bilan carbone de la brique BTC, de la brique compressée, qui est aussi adjuvantée avec de la chaux ou du ciment, à 51 kg de CO2 au mètre carré. Et la terre crue naturelle sans aucun adjuvant à 9,7 kg de CO2 au mètre carré. Donc, si on fait une proportion rapide, la BTC, qui est de la terre crue avec des adjuvants, pèse 5 fois plus déjà que la terre crue naturelle, et le béton pèse 14 fois plus que la terre crue naturelle en termes d'émissions de CO2. Alors, pour les perspectives et enjeux, on doit dire que pour la région Midi-Pyrénées, berceau historique de la construction en terre crue, il est primordial de conserver vivantes les techniques et savoir-faire nécessaires à la restauration de son patrimoine vernaculaire. Mais il faut aussi nous saisir de l'opportunité de cette continuité historique de l'usage de la terre comme matière emblématique à la fois du passé et de l'avenir de notre territoire, en mobilisant toutes les forces vives pour développer nos filières locales, former nos maîtres d'œuvre et innover dans la technique. Pour ce faire, nous devons progresser sur plusieurs fronts. Sur la question de la justification réglementaire, la construction en terre doit pouvoir bénéficier des normes et avis techniques qui lui permettent de s'inscrire dans le contexte actuel de la construction européenne réglementée et normalisée, ne laissant aucune place aux approches empiriques de construction vernaculaire. On peut espérer que le plan national terre va pouvoir réglementer ces techniques de construction et donner les moyens de justifier leur stabilité mécanique, leur résistance au feu, leur performance thermique et acoustique pour leur permettre de sortir du statut expérimental où elles sont enfermées aujourd'hui. Il y a aussi la question de la formation des concepteurs qui est primordiale. Il doit y avoir une vraie mobilisation pédagogique dans les écoles d'architecture et d'ingénierie pour sortir de la logique du béton, matériau unique développé au XXe siècle au détriment de tous les autres. Jusque très récemment, la formation aux techniques constructives des matériaux bio-géosourcés était quasiment absente des formations initiales des écoles d'architecture et d'ingénierie. Depuis quelques années, l'ENSA Toulouse, historiquement sensibilisée à cette question, se mobilise dès la licence avec les workshops de la formation Tocatira en partenariat avec Amaco. Et cette sensibilisation est en train de s'intensifier actuellement dans le cycle master. Alors, construire en terre aujourd'hui et sur les avancées et les innovations techniques qui nous sont nécessaires, on constate une forte mobilisation du milieu professionnel pour faire évoluer les techniques constructives vernaculaires, les rendre plus accessibles financièrement et justifiables réglementairement. En France, nous disposons du cadre de l'ARE 2020 et en Occitanie, particulièrement de la démarche BDO, Bâtiment durable Occitanie, qui oriente fortement les concepteurs et les cahiers des charges des concours d'architecture vers l'usage de matériaux bio et géosourcés. Pour le moment, de façon un peu sporadique, l'usage de la terre crue fait gagner quelques points dans le bilan environnemental des projets d'architecture, mais nous n'avons pas encore retrouvé une véritable culture contemporaine de la construction en terre crue. On voit apparaître à l'échelle locale et nationale deux visions qui s'opposent concernant le rapport entre le gain de performance mécanique et le coût environnemental de cette construction en terre crue. D'une part, les puristes qui prône une utilisation d'un matériau 100% terre pour construire en terre crue non stabilisée, non adjuvantée, pas de lien à la chaux ni de ciment, en considérant que le taux de ciment ou de chaux utilisé fait perdre d'une part le bénéfice du calcul bas carbone initial et d'autre part la possibilité de réemploi du matériau pur, et d'autre part les pragmatiques qui considèrent que les adjuvants ajoutés à la terre permettent d'obtenir les certifications de performance mécanique demandées par les contrôleurs techniques, en considérant qu'il ne faut pas s'en priver dans l'attente d'une évolution du cadre réglementaire européen. En écho à tous ces débats de fond qui traversent notre société, une nouvelle dynamique se concentre à nouveau sur les matériaux en terre, laissant espérer la création locale d'une nouvelle architecture contemporaine en symbiose avec un mouvement plus global qui se développe dans diverses régions du monde où cette culture constructive a pris aussi ses racines. Enfin, on ne peut pas conclure à l'école de Toulouse sur cette thématique terre sans insister sur les atouts majeurs de cette matière première dont les qualités climatiques en termes de confort thermique et de régulation hygrométrique produisent des conditions d'habitabilité exceptionnelles au regard du réchauffement climatique. De ce point de vue, à l'ENSA Toulouse, nous devons saluer les pionniers de cette approche écologique et bioclimatique, comme les architectes enseignants Michel Gerbert et Jean-Pierre Cordier, ou encore l'architecte entrepreneur Joseph Colzani, qui ont su, dès le premier choc pétrolier des années 70, relier la construction en terre crue avec les enjeux climatiques de notre temps. Je vous remercie de votre écoute.
Thank you, Marianne, for that very good example of what the soil sector is in Midi-Pyrénées right now. And next intervention is a parallel on the same matter, but in a different country, not far from us. It's going to be presented by Clara Val, assistant professor at the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Porto, who is going to talk to us about Hearthen architecture in Portugal and traditional constructive culture and contemporary architecture. I'll give you the access right away, Clara, so you can share your screen.
Thank you very much. No, I still am not able to share the screen.
Now you should be able to.
Okay.
Let me know if it works for you.
Are you seeing the presentation?
Yeah, we're seeing both your presentation and your camera. You can go on.
Thank you very much. I will try to, I was asked for a 10 minutes presentation, so I will try to keep on time. Sorry. My name is Clara Val, as already mentioned. I am a professor at the Faculty of Architecture in Porto, and today I will be talking about urban architecture in Portugal. I will make the recognition of different traditions, but also some contemporary works with various architectonic language. As our tradition is not, at least in the northern part of the country, is not so big as in the South Pyrenees. Not Pyrenees, sorry. No, mid Pyrenees. You will see a different presentation with more pictures and less facts. So I hope you can relate also to our different condition in Portugal. To better frame this presentation, I should tell a little bit about myself. I am an architect and I teach in the FAUP several subjects that are relating to building construction, building rehabilitation, and sustainability. My specialization was in building physics and construction history, and my relationship with art and architecture is more a matter of heart than a long researched subject. The fascination began when I was a student, and in the faculty library I found the book Des Architectures de Terre. In the north of Portugal, where I am from, art and architecture is forgotten and an invisible tradition. So the book was indeed a revelation about the richness of art and architectures. But as I used to say, then life took place, and with work, family, and so on, it remained just a latent fascination. Until in 2014, in a certain way, redoing the steps of older architects that used the tours to learn, me, and two friends, Joana and Pilar, we decided to pursue our common passion. We went on a little tour to the south of Portugal, Alentejo, where the traditional techniques of earth construction had been revived in the 19th by a generation of architects who had left the country capital, Lisbon, for the Alentejo region. We were feeling the architecture. The art was for us more a qualitative issue than a quantitative one. It was a deeply sensory aspect. We even stayed in a Remit art house. We prepared in advance and arranged the opportunity of interviewing some of those first generation architects. We visit their houses and workplaces. We visit their construction sites. We try to learn from them the knowledge the experience made, as our poet Luis Camões said. And after that, we continue on, observing the vernacular examples, researching the old construction manuals. One of my fields of research is construction history, analyzing whole photographic surveys as the mid-20th century survey on Portuguese regional architecture, and after some time also going on our own and making tests of soils from northern regions in Portugal. We always wonder why we have a strong tradition in South and we don't have the same or similar tradition in north part of the country. Later on in 2019, included in a building materials trade fair, I organized a conference on art and architecture and a set of practical workshops. And that was my first time doing remade art with my hands and also half timber with art. COVID puts on all the other plans, and only in 2021 we could do it again in FAUP, our faculty. It was last November, and we gathered some students, and during a weekend, with an architect that is expert in earth construction, we're learning how to prepare the soils and how to do, in this case, it was something the students will lose in the parties, and it will remain in faculty. So, as you already have seen in the previous presentation, Europe has a rich tradition in earth building cultures. Earth is used in a monolithic way as a masonry element or a filling or a coating. These rich traditions are also present in Portugal with distinct regional incidence. You can see in our map that not all the systems are present in the whole country. We find local forms of execution, local building cultures, and we are going to pass through some of these systems of construction systems and the use of the soil in Portugal. Type in Portuguese, or remid-hurt in English, or pisé in French, are mainly used in the mid-south part of Portugal. In the mid-20th century survey is a very good example and a good tool to analyze different kinds of remid-hurt. Usually regional variants are observed in these surveys. The surveys register the execution techniques, including the tools and the formworks, and also register this regional difference. For instance, in this one, narrow layers of remid-hurt are reinforced with layers of masonry, stone, adobe, or brick. In this case, in a recent photo, is brick. This one was pebbles. This also use pebbles. Larger layers of remid-hurt are the most common. Even they were used also in the new constructions, like the first public building made with remid-hurt in the 19th. That is a market in São Luís, in the middle of the Alentejo. But in fact, the dimensions of the formwork are a characteristic of the region or of the contractor. But also all the accessories that can be different from one region to another, or the type of formwork. Traditional construction used one formwork at a time, and the formwork will be passed from one block to the next. They use diagonal lines in the closing of a row of remid-hurt because of a vertical union would open with time. So they learn how to prevent problems. And they use the same method when they have to connect different materials like brick. This is a very, this kind of half timber with dirt, but it's in Portuguese is a remid-hurt from Beiras, that is a mid part of the country, is a very regional system in Portugal that only appears, that we know so far, in the south margin of the Douro River, not in the north. So the river is a frontier. In certain way, it's a mixed technique between remid-hurt and half timber with hurt. It is characterized by the partial remaining of the formwork that you can see. There is a first layer of formwork that is take it out, but this one remains. And this it is also characterized by the narrow thickness and the use of several materials along with dirt for the infill. The narrow thickness is visible here in this wall without the infill. And you can see sometimes they have 5 to 10 centimeters wide. Another used technique in Portugal is the adobe, mainly in the center of Portugal, or combined with the remid-hurt in the south, but with newfound examples in the north. In this case, in combination with outside stone walls. The adobe fabrication was registered in the 55 survey. And also it was used in combination with the other bio-sourced material like straws in the ceilings. After some time, it acquired some standardization. This is from an ancient manual from the late 19th century, and the dimensions were already stabilized. And it also had some regional constructive techniques like the use of ceramic in joints, in this case in the Tomar region, that is also in the center of Portugal. Some say that other parts will put pebbles, would put other elements, or would only use mortar. This kind of adobe construction were using during the major part of 20th century. And as other situation, are integrated with stone foundations. When they become degraded, they will be repaired with industrial materials because the knowledge of the access to the traditional ones stop being accessible. Sometimes this tradition only becomes visible with the passing of time and degradation. After the revival of pyramid earth techniques that started in the 90s, the way was opened mainly in the south of Portugal for the use of pyramid earth in contemporary constructions. Along with replicas of vernacular architectures, but with explicit indication of pyramid earth usage, something that in the vernacular you won't see it for a long time, just while the pyramid earth is drying. More contemporary images have been pursued. But also it is in an update of the constructive methods used, more industrialized, rapid, and clean. Passing from the individualized formwork that had to be moved with the wall execution to unique formwork, sometimes in conjunction with concrete. Also with the introduction of compacted earth blocks for interior partition walls, something that in the recent years became available industrially. For some architects, the material is where the project starts. So they use it, all the design is made because of the material they want to use. Is that case of Scray, where they begin to look for the earths, the different kinds of earths in Portugal, and they make the repository. But what about the north of Portugal, where Falp is located, and when I am from? In the north, the tradition is not so strong as in south, but it exists, and was important for us. Earth was used as a mortar in stone walls. Was also used as a plaster, combined with straw and sometimes with lime. Earth was also used in military works from the 16th and 17th centuries. It was the inner part that was covered with stone. When the war was over, some of the fortresses were unfinished and lost their use, like this one, that only in Google Earth you have the perception of the old fortress, because in place you just see grass. Also, we can find use of cloths in some vernacular constructions. They are still existent. They are curved domes in the north part of the countries and in Peneda Gerês mountain range. But the most important use was in half timber walls, where the infill could be earth, but also bricks and other materials. This is a tradition that can be found in all sorts of buildings, as in this Benedictine monastery, Tibães Monastery, Braga, where it was left apparent during the 21st century renovations. These structures are still in use today in some buildings in the historical center of Porto as the overall structure. And in many more buildings as partition wall structure. Staying in use even when the earth mortars and infills no longer exist, and giving us sometimes this wonderful way of reinterpreting the tradition. those are rich traditions that are starting to be revived, not only in the rehabilitation works to repair existing systems, but also as the best choice for a new project, as in this example of a two-story addition to a pre-existing building, where, in this case, half timber is used. And our most recent action in this sense was this workshop last month that brought together a group of students for a weekend to learn woodworking and the ways of execution of traditional structures, following an earth construction workshop 2 weeks before. And it was this part of our tradition in Porto that I would like to bring to the discussion. We don't have any systematization of laws regarding remedial construction or Adobe, and only recently, in the last 6 months, the new thermal regulation allow it for a different status for the remedial earth buildings, that they could have a lower resistance in the walls, but because it's not logic to put thermal insulation in the earth building, because if you put in the outside or if you put in the inside, you will lose all the benefits that the earth brings in our climate. So you have to be able to use remedial earth with more thickness that the traditional remedial earth to comply with the new regulation. But it was a step forward, because 1 year ago you have to say you put some thermal insulation when you don't have it. So this is ongoing research. We are doing in the part of construction history this research about the use of earth in Portugal, and we have 2 book chapters that are already in printing that will talk more about this part of the traditions in the north of Portugal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clara. You can stop the share of your screen. Thank you. Okay, now we'll have a discussion session. Thank you for your presentation, Clara. That was very enlightening about the situation in Portugal and about the techniques. Now we have a discussion session, a quick one because we're running a little late. We're going to take a question from the room, either in French or in English, and then doing translation to the Zoom and the YouTube. And we're going to take the question from the YouTube and the Zoom as well. Natalie in the room is going to give a mic to the students who would want to ask questions. Let me know if there's some. Thank you. Okay. I guess now we can see. Non, mais juste au micro. On te voit, tu es là. Là. Si tu veux.
Oui, bonjour Clara.
Bonjour.
J'ai été très intéressée par la présentation sur l'état de construction en terre au Portugal, et j'ai trouvé ce travail presque encyclopédique. Je me demandais dans quelles conditions vous avez pu faire ce recensement de cette...
I lost sound.
dans quelles conditions de travail vous avez pu réaliser cet inventaire en fait de tout ce patrimoine à la fois d'architecture vernaculaire en terre et le recensement des opérations plus contemporaines?
Maureen, on n'entend pas Myriam.
On n'entend pas?
Non.
Ouais.
C'est très bruit de fond.
C'est, ouais. Non, le micro suffit pas.
Est-ce que tu pourrais répéter la question?
Ouais, c'était une longue question, Marie. Oui, si tu veux, on le fait à deux, regarde. Donc la question est pour Clara, et je pense que si j'ai bien compris, c'est sur donc la façon de faire cet inventaire.
Je vais le redire. Est-ce que si Clara parle le français?
Oui, je comprends. Je ne parle pas très bien.
Tu peux essayer de la traduire en anglais.
Vous pouvez demander en français. Je answer en anglais. In English.
Oui.
Because my French is very rusty.
Je vous disais que j'ai trouvé très intéressant ce travail d'inventaire des architectures en terre dans les différentes régions du Portugal, à la fois vernaculaire et contemporaine. Ça doit être un travail de longue haleine et je me demandais dans quelles conditions vous avez pu faire ce travail. Est-ce que c'était un travail qui relève de pédagogie au sein de votre école ou c'est complètement personnel?
It's something that became completely personal because it was the long-lasting passion of my beginning of architecture. But after some time, I could manage to integrate this in my research and my pedagogical activities. So I have a new now it's the third edition, but a new subject that I teach. I think you understand English.
Oui, just
okay. I have a new subject that is circular construction, certification, and conscientious design. And what I was trying to bring to the students is the discussion about how architects can make some impact with their decisions. And materials are when they choose materials is one of the first impacts they have. They can choose a material that is high on and energy demands and something that is natural, bio-sourced. So earth became one of the materials that I was bringing to the students. And in the first year I teach that subject, I have the opportunity. So our dean is here. He invited me to be the responsible for the participation of our faculty in the construction fair. So the new materials of construction will be there, and the faculty had the responsibility to build a square. The square in that fair is a place where something will happen. Sometimes it's just a talk. But I thought that it would be the square should be a place where of knowledge transfer. So I make some practical workshops. The square was made with half timber. So we made the workshops with students to pre-build the half timber, putting together in the fair and having that marking space. And after that, we have Remid Hut being built during the 4 days of the fair and making a conference, inviting from the Portugal, they were all Portuguese, but from the north to the south, even from the ICOMOS, inviting people to talk about their experience and what can be done with hurt. And that was the idea to put your hands in the earth for the students and doing earth mortars, doing the pyramid earth, using seeing BTC was something that fostered other developments. The workshops we did in the last months, it was in connection with the students that are finished. It was a joint organization, and my students of my subjects, my curricular units were also participating. So I can put it together. In another way, as I study construction history, I study old manuals, so I can also bring together the old manuals to the definition of the use of soil in Portugal. Sorry for the long answer.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. I think Miriam understood most of it. Yes, okay. Yep.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you for your presentation. I think there is a lot of things to share between Toulouse and Porto, your knowledge about the south of Portugal. But I'm sure if we open the things, maybe other countries, I don't know about Spain or
Yes,
Greece.
Spain has a lot of tradition in art.
But maybe on the floor, I don't know if there is Deborah, if she's there, or someone from Valencia or Bologna who want to say something to finish about this session.
I believe they are attending the session on YouTube.
Okay.
So they are not at the same time. They have a lag in the. It was interesting that the picture that was shown in the previous presentation about the swimming pool in Toro, that is in Spain, was built by a Portuguese contractor. So it was a mixture. It is a wonderful building.
La fameuse piscine qui est en Espagne a été construite par une entreprise portugaise. Elle est très fière de ça. So, Riva, maybe you want to share something with us?
I would like to thank Clara very much. I mean, we share a lot of this construction tradition as well in Greece, especially the timber with earth and everything. But I think you are a little bit more advanced than us because we have not managed yet to get it into our building code in a way that it can be really used, you know, without very specific exemptions. But I think we're getting there. And also our students are more and more into designing things with rammed earth and natural materials. So I think we are on our way as well to catch up with the building code. Very, very interesting presentation. Thank you, Clara.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I missed your workshop when I was in Porto. Next time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did many other things. So.
Yeah, but I did travel around. I did see a great part of your architecture and traditional architecture. And this is the important part. I think New Bauhaus Goes South really brings forth this issue of what happens in our climate zones, you know, and how close we are in a way by default, by our own tradition, you know, to a more organic, to a more sustainable way of life, as long as we get back there in a modern way. Isn't that the challenge?
Yes, but during reinterpretation of the traditions by young architects, they have a wonderful project. It's very interesting.
Então vou continuar aqui. Ok.
We have.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. Normally there is a break up to now, but we are already late. If you don't mind, we go ahead straight away with the wood sector. Is it okay with you? C'est bon pour tout le monde? On passe directement au bois sans le break. On fera le break après cette session. So, who is going to present the... It's me. Okay. So, for the wood sector, we have two professors, Laurent Gaudu, who will start to present the wood sector in Midi-Pyrénées. And the second one will be Ana Isabel Costa y Silva. She's there, actually, and she's as well as assistant professor at the Faculty of Architecture of Porto. Great, I love to share with Portugal and Porto. Okay, Laurent, you need me or you will help yourself? Okay, stay with you.
Bonjour.
Oui. Oui. C'est un petit détail.
C'est celle-là.
Laurent will present in French with the subtitles on the screen. Non. Oui. C'est bon.
Dans un contexte où le changement climatique pose un nouveau paradigme aux architectes, le bois s'impose comme la matière première idéale. Son caractère biosourcé, lié à sa nature renouvelable et sa capacité à stocker le carbone. Pour mémoire, 1 mètre cube de bois stocke 1 tonne de CO2, le rend incontournable dans de nombreux projets où la neutralité carbone est revendiquée. Toutefois, l'examen des diverses situations et les incidences de la mondialisation sur l'exploitation de la ressource présente un tableau moins idyllique qu'il n'y paraît. Si l'utilisation du bois dans la construction repose sur une grande variété de techniques qui permet d'envisager de nombreuses typologies constructives, la structure massive, linéaire, la structure filigrane, les panneaux reconstitués préfabriqués, qui sont susceptibles de donner une très grande marge de manœuvre créative aux architectes, les vertus attendues soulèvent de plus en plus de réserves. Par exemple, le bois recombiné par collage, on pense à l'OSB, au contreplaqué, aux lamellés collés, dont l'impact sanitaire des cols pose de plus en plus questions. Les bois massifs reconstitués, par exemple le CLT, consomment de plus en plus de matière par mètre carré construit. Les essences objectivement performantes mais surreprésentées et donc en risque d'extinction en moyen terme. On pense par exemple au Douglas. Dans l'objectif de renouer avec les ressources locales, filières et savoir-faire réunis, nous nous sommes intéressés à la filière bois dans notre région Midi-Pyrénées. Cette démarche a reposé sur le principe de la confrontation des acteurs engagés et leur rencontre directement sur le terrain. Un premier état des lieux que nous pouvons en tirer est que nous sommes en présence d'une ressource importante, plutôt en phase d'augmentation. Le territoire, comme la forêt française par ailleurs, ne fait pas l'objet d'un phénomène de déforestation, contrairement à ce qu'on entend communément. La production biologique annuelle, à 5,4 millions de mètres cubes, reste largement supérieure au prélèvement, à 2,6 millions de mètres cubes. Pourtant, le bois local reste très peu utilisé dans la construction. Les essences sont pourtant multiples. Sapin, le hêtre, le chêne, le châtaignier, on peut aussi rajouter le frêne, avec une dominante des feuillus, à 75%, sur les résineux, à 25%. Les propriétés forestières sont nombreuses mais morcelées. Leur statut majoritairement privé, à 80%, posant également la problématique des successions. Compte tenu des difficultés d'accès aux parcelles et à l'absence fréquente de gestion sur la durée, la ressource se tourne principalement vers la pâte à papier ou le bois de chauffe, malgré des tarifs défavorables. Il faut savoir qu'en moyenne, on vend à 15 € le mètre cube le bois pour une utilisation en pâte à papier et à 45 € le mètre cube pour une utilisation en bois d'œuvre. C'est une moyenne, ça dépend des essences, évidemment. Une des raisons semble être la nécessité d'un prélèvement plus sélectif et plus technique pour le bois d'œuvre, via un repérage préalable et une extraction individualisée par câble, par exemple. Alors que la coupe rase sans discernement pour la pâte à papier n'exige aucune précaution préalable. L'exemple du Vorarlberg en Autriche, avec un parti pris de sélectivité et de qualité, montre pourtant que le modèle économique est viable. Le tissu des unités de transformation en Midi-Pyrénées est aussi très dense. Il y a 110 scieries qui sont recensées dans le territoire. C'est assez important. Elles sont globalement de petite taille et comportent un équipement souvent vieillissant qui ne leur permet pas de faire face à la concurrence internationale. On pense à la concurrence scandinave, autrichienne ou allemande principalement. Leur équipement en matière de séchage ou de caractérisation est aussi très insuffisant. Nous sommes donc globalement face à une ressource importante en qualité, mais qui n'arrive pas sur les chantiers, limitant les tentatives de construire en bois local avec les méthodes actuelles. En effet, quand il s'agit de la matière première brute, si elle n'est pas utilisée en pâte à papier ou en bois de chauffage, elle part à l'étranger, parfois jusqu'en Chine, pour nous revenir transformée, prête à l'emploi pour les projets de construction. Après avoir interrogé les acteurs de la filière, plusieurs facteurs peuvent être mis en évidence. L'absence d'une stratégie à long terme basée sur la qualité plutôt que la quantité, permettant de valoriser sur la durée la ressource en bois d'œuvre, qui est le plus rémunérateur, je l'expliquais tout à l'heure. La perte de savoir-faire dans les méthodes de prélèvement sélectif. Il est plus facile de faire une coupe rase qu'une extraction par câble. L'équipement globalement obsolète et la difficulté d'investissement des unités de transformation alors que le territoire est assez bien maillé. L'absence de discernement des architectes et des entreprises dans l'utilisation raisonnée des essences de bois spontanément disponibles dans les projets en fonction de leur qualité propre. La revendication fréquente d'une unité de matériaux laisse de côté des essences nobles présentes aussi en grande quantité. Les limites d'une caractérisation visuelle qui, si elle favorise une dimension humaine, au sens où l'idéalisé Ruskin, dévalorise la performance des bois, notamment les feuillus, par rapport à une caractérisation au banc, ce qui a pour effet de surdimensionner les ouvrages avec pour incidence de rendre les feuillus difficilement concurrentiels avec les résineux. Pourtant, ils sont présents à 75%, je vous l'ai précisé auparavant. Pourtant, de nombreuses initiatives émergent pour dépasser cette situation, particulièrement dans le parc naturel régional des Pyrénées ariégeoises. Ces initiatives reposent principalement sur la volonté, en l'absence d'unités de transformation industrielle, pour les panneaux, les bois reconstitués, de mettre en place un circuit court et réduisant les intermédiaires, par exemple en recourant à des scieries mobiles permettant de débiter les grumes directement sur le chantier. Ces initiatives reposent sur des innovations en matière de montage de projets, appel de projets amont de scieurs, par exemple, et mise à disposition des bois pour les charpentiers, et sur aussi une autre manière de concevoir les projets par les architectes, en privilégiant des bois non transformés, ce qui a pour incidence de favoriser également le recyclage et le réemploi. Toutes les images que je montre font partie de visites pédagogiques qui ont été faites à la fois dans le cadre de la chaire et des enseignements de projets de master que l'on anime depuis un certain nombre d'années. La situation de ces 2 dernières années, avec les effets de la pandémie Covid et la pénurie des matériaux notamment sur le bois, et l'explosion des coûts, a jeté un regard particulier sur cette situation. Les seuls à pouvoir répondre à la demande dans ces circonstances ont été les petits producteurs et scieurs régionaux. Ils ont pu travailler avec une marge inattendue qui a pu garantir à certains une activité providentielle dont on peut espérer qu'elle améliorera leur capacité d'investissement. Ils ont vendu le bois 2 ou 3 fois plus cher qu'en situation habituelle. Il est du rôle, de mon point de vue, pour les écoles d'architecture et les laboratoires de recherche de s'intéresser aux antécédents historiques de telles situations, elles ne sont pas nouvelles, et de les confronter aux impératifs contemporains. Il est ainsi pertinent de réinterroger le travail de Philibert Delorme sur les charpentes en petit bois, son ouvrage « Invention pour bien bâtir à petits frais », en vieux français s'il vous plaît, en 1561, renvoie de manière très actuelle à notre problématique en recherchant déjà une réponse à la situation par l'innovation. Système d'assemblage de pièces de petite dimension avec possibilité de grande portée. J'ai découvert récemment, redécouvert, j'en avais déjà entendu parler, je trouve cette réflexion tout à fait d'actualité. Produit d'ailleurs une forme architecturale extrêmement intéressante, assez spectaculaire, qui mérite, je pense, pour les étudiants d'être réinvestis. De la même manière, le lancement du Case Study House programme dans l'immédiat après-guerre répondait aussi à un contexte de pénurie de matériaux de construction. Dans les deux cas, malgré des contextes historiques très différents, ces situations de pénurie ont abouti au renouvellement des modèles architecturaux et constructifs qui ont fait date dans l'histoire de l'architecture. On voit ici, dans l'image projetée, à la fois le système constructif, une maison de Robert Koenig, où il y a une dématérialisation complète de la structure avec une économie de matière extrêmement spectaculaire dont on pense toujours qu'elle est l'effet d'un style et qui en réalité est le fruit quelque part de la pénurie de la matière et de la restriction de la ressource. On peut se poser donc la question sur l'espace produit par les Case Study House et le rôle joué par l'absence de la pénurie de matériaux dans le processus de production architecturale. J'aurais pu rajouter l'exemple aussi de Charlotte Perriand, qui a beaucoup travaillé sur les mobiliers, notamment à Méribel, sur les mobiliers, dans les chalets de montagne, qui lui était aussi dans une situation d'après-guerre et qui était face à un contexte de restriction, en absence de clous et de colle, et qui a travaillé énormément sur la remise, la réinterprétation des assemblages, je dirais, du mobilier agricole, de tabourets à traire et tout autre exemple que j'aurais pu rajouter aussi dans cette présentation. L'enseignement du projet et le travail académique de recherche en architecture dans le cadre des séminaires doivent sensibiliser les étudiants et éclairer les mécanismes à l'œuvre pour les rendre acteurs de ces mouvements de transformation inéluctables. Dans la pédagogie du projet, nous cherchons désormais à orienter les étudiants vers l'utilisation de matériaux premiers, non transformés, car il favorise à la fois une économie des matériaux de la construction en circuit court, avec une réinterprétation des savoir-faire vernaculaires dans une perspective contemporaine. Ils permettent aussi de nous questionner en quoi ils sont de nature à modifier notre rapport à l'habité. Un exemple de maquette qui a été réalisé dans le cadre d'un projet de master sur des abris pastoraux d'altitude entièrement en bois massif local. En conclusion, je voulais faire un lien avec l'enseignement du Bauhaus, car cette approche de la pensée du projet par l'utilisation des matériaux buts permet de retrouver une pédagogie de l'expérience, qui m'est chère personnellement, fondée sur une approche tactile et sensorielle de la matière. On pense ici particulièrement au parti pris pédagogique de Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, qui, dans Du matériau à l'architecture, décrit avec détail le bénéfice tiré de ce contact direct, en particulier avec le travail sur les factures, comme série d'expérimentations de transformation de la matière, avec comme paradigme de remettre la technique au service de la vie. Merci.
Thanks, Laurent, for this presentation. And now is the time of Anna Isabel.
Hello. I want to share my screen, please.
I think you could do it.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Anna Isabel, let me introduce yourself. You are assistant professor at the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Porto. Okay.
Sorry. Can I start?
We could see your presentation. Yes, we see it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm here with a problem. Sorry. Okay. I would like to start by greeting everyone in the session and thank the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Porto, João Pedro Xavier, for the invitation to participate in this meeting. I prepare a presentation on the approach to the Portuguese circumstance, as we are making a great progressive bet on architectural production based on the use of wood in buildings with a high quality. However, this growth is not accompanied by the evolution of a sustainable forest that can respond to a growing demand. Wood, as a suitable material from the start, as soon as it is cut and dried for use in construction, in addition to its carbon storage capacity, has serious advantages over other materials. Nowadays, wood in Portugal is much appreciated socially because it is a material capable of building comfortable environments and rightly considered as an environmentally friendly material. From constructions linked to the prefabrication through to the rehabilitation of buildings, wood has been also in Portugal a material of choice in recent times. However, our country, perhaps used to making use of the best wood from abroad, often disregarded national wood when building. The production of wood for the construction of buildings has been decreasing, leaving the sector deeply dependent on wood importers. As you can see in the graph, Portugal is considered a typically forest country with a landscape dominated by the forest that covers 1/3 of the national territory. Portugal has a strong forestry vocation. However, there is still a mismatch between this vocation and the effective capacity to achieve it. With the reorganization of the Forest Service from the second half of the 19th century onwards, it was possible at that time to develop a plantation policy which boosts public utility afforestation. The Forestry Services, together with the Directorate General of Agriculture, dedicate themselves above all to the expansion of the forest area, the fixing of sheeting sands, and the protection of agriculture crops, opening up a period of responsibility and professional and social visibility for the new generations of foresters. The situation at the end of the 19th century was a trend towards the regeneration movement of cork oak forests and the expansion of maritime pine, a situation that would not change much until 1945. Since Orlando Ribeiro mentioned this circumstance in its publication titled Portugal, o Mediterrâneo e o Atlântico. At the end of the 19th century, certainly due to the general project for the afforestation that gave the ability of material for construction, the Atlantic coast began to be permanently occupied, especially with wooden buildings built by fishermen and often used by new vacationers. Also on the Algarve coast, there were wooden constructions, but with a different configuration and construction techniques. Fearing that heritage would be changed by the leveling wave that characterized the country from the 16th onwards, Ernesto Veiga de Oliveira and Fernando Galhano decided to do broad research on heritage built on the Portuguese Atlantic coast from the moment when the diversified occupation of this territory intensified, given the progressive interests of the population in the sea bathing. The political action on this type of building results in degradation of wooden buildings and disappearance of other testimonies of our culture that go beyond the buildings, deserving at the time the attention by the geographer Orlando Ribeiro in the preface of the book by Raquel Soeiro Brito, in which he wrote, where the geographer had been able to see incomparable picturesque and technical value in the art of building in wood, the authors of the urbanization plan and the authorities who support them did not see more than extreme humility, for which to bring down the building will be, as in so many other cases, the radical remedy. Going back to the 19th century, there is in fact a constructive tradition that is embodied in examples of wooden architecture in Portugal, linked to the current production of buildings, but also linked to the buildings whose construction was close to prefabrication, of which we highlight the São Bento station photographed by Domingos Alvão in 1896. We also highlight a parallel production of architects with a vast architectural production, as is in the case of the José Luís Monteiro, when building spaces linked to the childhood, such as the Froebel School in Jardim da Estrela in Lisbon, a work that still remains today, although it has suffered several interventions. Or in space designed for the practice of gymnastics, very much in vogue, which remains on the roof of a building in Lisbon. The still existent latário da Associação Protetora da Primeira Infância em Santa Apolónia by Miguel Ventura Terra, or the annex hospital of the Dona Estefânia Hospital, whose news was found on a newspaper at the time. Nor can we forget the industrial production spaces, as was the case of CUF, which played a leading role in the country's economy, where industrial structures were built entirely out of wood. Although Portugal had a strong knowledge and specialized workforce regarding the use of wood in shipbuilding and civil construction, prejudice was rooted in our country. I highlight an article from the publication O Ocidente, illustrated magazine from Portugal and abroad, by a staff member, Henrique das Neves, who in the context of the discussion around the Portuguese house movement, registered his discriminatory opinion between the stone and masonry house, described as a sunny, strong, and majestic, and the wooden house, considered a one-story little house made up of logs, beams, and boards. But the 50s were years of rupture and the turning points in which the open way of looking at materials and technologies was established as one of the determining factors, while the search for local references, namely regarding the use of traditional materials, was established. The research on popular architecture carried out within the scope of the survey, published in 1961, constituted a broad repository of ways of implementing wood in architecture for architects. Thus, works of erudite architecture absorbed the specialized labor, coming mainly from shipbuilding, which had a positive effect on the execution of the details regarding carpentry. In the 60s were years of continuous search in which the synthesis between the expression of artisanal work and industrial production capacity was sought, regardless of the effective possibility of mechanical reproduction applied to construction. However, in general, Portugal continues to appreciate much more what is important than what is built in wood in our country. Please look at the example that I brought to you. Hotel Torral da Serra da Estrela by Francisco Conceição Silva, built in 1972. In a main facility.
Desculpe, eu não estou vendo 28 nos seus contatos.
Desculpa. Sorry. In addition to main facilities of the hotel, a set of small houses were installed where Conceição Silva presented us with a formal synthesis of the mountain hut. While in rehabilitation of that set, at the end of the 20th century, there was no respect for the reading of the original. At the same time, paradoxically, an important wooden construction was installed next to the hotel facilities that has been dismantled at the origin, rebuilt in Portugal like the original without any change at all. Nowadays, wood and architecture gains new inputs, driven by urgent questions about the need to change construction systems in view of the effect that human activity has on climate change. For its use to be effective in our country, it will have to develop theoretical lines that support didactics, with research oriented towards the publication of results that serve mainly to support practice. This integrated sense should mobilize all those involved in the construction of buildings. On the other hand, pine wood, produced by chance in our country, should be considered as an ordinary material used in current construction such as a brick masonry. Wood cannot exclusively maintain its status as a noble material, and for that we need to produce internally also. In the case of Portugal, for pine wood to be a credible alternative in the construction of buildings, since the National Civil Engineering Laboratory considers the characteristics of national wood close to the quality of the main American softwoods, their performance should be considered by studying the circumstances in which it will be applied. We refer above all to the place of building and to the way in which wood is used in building. Thus, by expanding its use, it will become a truly versatile material in our country, as happened during the reconstruction after the 1755 earthquake. Its application in structures inside walls, its transformation or even its application in complementarity with other species will have to be studied. Therefore, it is essential to build a scientific and practical environment that serves to improve our production based on use of wood, since architectural production has been given note of this quality. Throughout the 20th century, especially in the second half, research on Portuguese forest, which was carried out mainly by forestry engineers, agronomists, and economists, tried to understand which paths to follow in this sector in Portugal in order to reap economic dividends in relation to the forest value in Portuguese territory, which, according to them, wouldn't still be unexplored or poorly exploited. In those publications, the use of wood production for the construction of buildings was rarely mentioned, and no relationship was ever established between the forest and two essential areas, architecture and technological evolution, related to the innovation of materials for civil construction. Consider the inputs that came with the construction of the Pavilião Atlântico, currently known as Altice Arena, in the use of wood, especially in the glued laminated roofs, even encouraging the production of that type of material in Portugal. However, this production chain became extinct, leaving Portugal mostly an importer, because there is still no solidary sector that links production, practice, research, and didactics. But it will certainly be from there that we will have to advance, above all, in establish the link between artists' production, scientific research, and technological evolution. This is what we will have to work on future times, to return to having a solid current practice that knows how to pursue our country's forestry vocation, which is still unexplored, simultaneously with a high quality on architectural production. Expanding and deepening the meaning of forest and wood in Portugal is only possible if we change the paradigm. Make wood an ordinary material with current use, with structural capacity, in addition to considering it an extraordinary material and used to be seen whose expressive potentiality is widely accepted. Only in this way will we be able in Portugal to make a change in terms of current materials and construction systems. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Anna.
Thank you.
And thank you to Laurent as well for these two parallel ideas on the wood, once again with the Portugal, but that is a very good parallel to do. We will now take the questions again for that session. Questions from the Zoom, the YouTube, or the people in the room, as well in French and in English, and we'll do the translation. I'm waiting for Deborah Domingo Calopri question. She had one, but she's in the YouTube session, so there's a small delay between what she sees and what we're saying. But maybe there's a question in the Zoom or dans la pièce.
I have one question. To the other country, because we could see first, before to come back to Anna Isabel or to Laurent, I would like to hear from other country. I don't know if Riva Lava want to share something about this question, because for the new Bauhaus goes south, I think we have we could see today, but we have a lot to share. So I don't know, Riva, if you want to say something.
Well, there are many points, you know. In our school, we also have started to increasingly dedicate time and programs in the building techniques, the modern building techniques with wood. The problem in Greece is that wood production is not that great, you know. It's still like an expensive material. So it's not, I mean, it looks nice, students and architects, and we all love it, but it's still an expensive wood. So we also look into composite wood products and designs like this, where you French are also groundbreaking, you know, French paradigms and German paradigms. Now, it's true that our traditional architecture, as I said before, and also what our heritage from the Ottoman time and everything, has a lot of timber architecture. But as said, the problem today is rather the economy of construction in that direction. But yeah, I absolutely agree that more pedagogy and more programs and more education for young people, young architects and students should be put together, you know, and apply. This is very important. I mean, we should really take the step away from concrete, which is the big paradigm in my school. It's still the big example, you know, more or less. It's brutalism and Le Corbusier, and we have generations who loved these materials, and now it's a matter of re-educating our tastes and our minds, actually, to move into biomaterials and consider them as important, as stylish. So this is the challenge right now in our educational system.
Okay. Thank you, Riva.
Yeah.
There is a question from Deborah from Valencia. So it's not a question, it's a remark.
Yeah, it's a remark.
So Maureen, if you want to read, because she's on YouTube, actually, Deborah.
Yeah. Deborah Domingo is on YouTube, and so she's sharing with us the case of Valencia. She's saying that the possibilities of accessing the wood for construction in Spain are very variable and depend on a lot on the geographical location. In Valencia, especially, they have the feeling that in some project, the wood is left exposed to look for an eco aspect, but the reality is that the maintenance is very high. And she's adding that she would be interested in knowing what the speakers thinks about secondary uses of wood, less visible, but more in the line with availability in Mediterranean environments. She's talking about the wood in finished elements, interior surfaces or reduced dimension, just the opposite of what it usually seen in structure of large load-bearing walls. She precise. And she would also like to know if there are situations similar to this, to what she is describing in France and Portugal, like secondary wood uses and not the wood used in the facade as an echo something, but like in the second part of the building, less visible, but maybe more ecological. So maybe Anna, you can start answering to Deborah.
My opinion is that.
Okay, go ahead. Anna.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. My opinion is that we must use wood as an ordinary material. We tend to use wood in surfaces and finishing facades outside, and we have a very specific climate, and we need to protect wood. And for have more utilization in construction, wood must be in the interior and made facades, made walls, made the most elements, protects elements. That is my view.
I don't know. Laurent, si tu veux témoigner de ça. Tu n'as pas compris la question?
Si tu veux savoir la question. Okay, so we're translating Deborah's question to Laurent, who's probably going to answer in French, and then we'll give you the answer back. La question de Deborah, c'était de savoir si des fois le bois n'est pas utilisé uniquement en façade pour servir d'argument marketing et être du bois éco quelque chose, et si des fois ce ne serait pas intéressant de s'intéresser particulièrement au bois de réemploi ou ce qu'elle a appelé le bois de seconde vue, du bois qui est parfois structurel mais caché, ou du bois que d'intérieur, de surface, dans des surfaces plus réduites. Elle demande s'il y a de l'intérêt pour vous de penser à ce genre d'emploi du bois plutôt que du bois. Okay, he's coming to answer.
De mon point de vue, en tout cas, si on se place dans la situation locale, où on dispose de multiples essences et qui peuvent être utilisées pour partie en intérieur, pour partie en extérieur, il n'y a pas lieu pour moi de limiter l'utilisation du bois. La véritable question, ce n'est pas de savoir, de mon point de vue, s'il faut l'utiliser plutôt en intérieur, plutôt en extérieur, mais il faut surtout utiliser le bon bois au bon endroit. Et alors j'ai compris, je ne suis pas très bon en anglais, mais j'ai compris que pour nous aussi, le bois n'est pas un matériau qui permet une plus-value en soi. Ce n'est pas un matériau spécialement onéreux, pour autant qu'on l'utilise à bon escient. Et c'est un matériau de base, élémentaire, donc qu'on peut utiliser. Je ne vois pas ce qui nous limiterait à faire des projets 100% en bois, pour autant qu'on utilise les essences à bon escient.
Do you want a quick translation, or is it okay with the French?
Yes, would like a quick translation.
Maureen.
So that's what I just sent you in the chat, basically.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that the question is not so much about where we use the wood, but more of what type of wood we're using, and in what case situation where we're using that type of wood. He is agreeing with you, Anna, that the wood is a basic material that we should use just as a regular material and not make so much fuss about it. But for him, the question is not that much about where we use it, like where we use it, facade or not, but much more of what type of use and what type of wood, depending on the uses.
The big question we are facing in France, we have a lot of forest, and effectively the wood is not so expensive, and we could use it, you know, in the construction. The problem we are facing is the problem of certification, and to have certification for the wood for construction, we need this wood to go out of France, you know. Maybe you are facing the same problem, you know, in Portugal, and I don't know if you are facing the same problem. I would like to know if you are facing this kind of problem, because the wood is coming from France to China, and to be, you know, manufactured, and after coming back to France for with the certification to be used, you know. So there is it's a lot of cost, carbon cost, and economical cost, of course, on that. I don't know if you have the same question in Portugal, if you didn't manage to do in another way.
What I can say to you is that Portugal is an importer, and we don't have much wood in the forest for the construction. And yes, the wood goes out, and mostly for the construction, it has the original is from Finland, Germany, and other countries.
You don't use from Portugal.
We don't have wood for the construction in the.
You don't have forest
with quantity and quality.
Okay.
Everything of the production here in Portugal is for paper. We have a lot of competitive sector organized, and it's most for the paper production.
Okay. Thank you. There is another question from
Zelko Pavlovic, who wants to.
Yes.
Zelko Pavlovic.
Yes, Jelko in France, perhaps. It's very.
Zelko.
Hello, I'm Jelko Pavlovic. I'm from from Croatia, University of Zagreb. Today I'm prepared to speak about the stone, but I just have one comment for wood. It simulates, yes, the wood is also very close to traditional architecture. And I think the wood, as the other materials, have rules for maintenance, for smart use of wood also. Yes. A lot of architects perhaps use the wood to show modern architects. I think it's interesting, but it's very wrong technically, because the sun, the wind, and the rain always damages slowly the wood. We can protect the wood as much as we can, but if the wood is integrated correctly, for example, long consoles, roof consoles in the shadow, it will be very protected, and it become very durable material, I think. I think we as architects should be maybe in future, how can I say in English, smarter, maybe it's a rough word, to integrate the wood and the earth in the right place to make that material good, durable, and the maintenance, it will be very low cost. Just a comment from me. Thank you.
I think it's, oh, sorry, but I want to addictive something, because if the architects can be smarter, can be make the things going on.
It's a chain reaction, I think. it's a change direction, but we are dealing with concept, and perhaps we should be start to force something, to maybe reset some basics concept of approach. I think, I don't know. I'm also not sure about what I'm talking about, but it's my opinion. Yes.
We must be smarter.
There is other question, comments, remarks. Okay. Joao, you want to say something?
No, not really.
Can I make last comments?
Yes,
Remy?
Riva.
I mean, what Clara brought to the discussion before when she said, you know, that the key is to design, and some architects do that, they design based on the material. And I think this is the direct connection with heritage. You know, tradition and heritage is really architecture based on the material at hand and the climate. These are the rules. There is no other concept really. So I think this is our link to reconnect with that idea. If we start to design based on wood or based on rammed earth, you know, this is a very clear direction. It may be pedagogically also a very clear direction to teach that kind of architecture. That's just a comment. I think that's the way.
The only thing I could say in order to, and Riva was in our school last month, and actually what we see here in these presentations is not exactly what we get, because these are islands that are, or flowers that are perhaps going to bloom or flourish, because in general we are still on concrete and as you are in Athens. So
let's be honest. Okay.
Let's be honest. But there are a few people that are trying to move forward, like Clara, like Anna, Isabella, and many others. And of course, all the people that are involved in this initiative in the Net Goes House in some way are aware that we need to shift our minds, our mindset, and try to use. Actually, many times it's only a question of reuse what we used to do before and very well. Perhaps later, if we look into the 60s, for instance, and that movement with this re-encounter with the context and the territory and the climate and so on is here, but in a very dramatic point now in nowadays, and we have to learn or relearn from those times and be aware of the new facilities that we have at our disposal. Even if we are using these Geo-Bio-Sourced materials, there are many things that are different today and that we can use in order to make this the normal and not the exception. That's okay. My comment. Thank you.
I don't know if there is other point.
Can I add something? I agree with João Pedro that the mainstream is concrete, but in the last 3 years, and in these 3 years, we can see a shift in the students of the fourth year. Maybe the introduction of a rehabilitation program in design for one side, maybe also the other curricular units like the one that Anna teaches about wood construction, the one that I teach about circularity, Eliseo teaching about the climate. But there is a shift because sometimes the number of students that now want to build on wood are increasing every year. So we can see a change. But it will take a lot of time before you can see the difference, that the extra are the concrete and the mainstream is the wood or the brick. Don't forget about the bricks, don't forget about the stone, and in the place where it makes sense, the Remy dirt, because in the north, Remy dirt, it's difficult to find the right earth. But the compact earth bricks, it's okay. So you have to find things. But it's nice to see the change.
In Toulouse, you know, it's not exactly a shift or a change, because it was a long story, and maybe our director, our Dean, Per Fernandez, could testify about this long process, you know, because it starts something in the 70s, you know, in Toulouse, the study in the school about soil, earth, materials, because our countryside is full of that, you know. Less with wood, but the wood became, if we go to the mountainside, Auvergne or Pyrenees, but the earth was there, you know, and it has been used. And in the pedagogy, it was a very important topic. It has been lost for now 2 decades, but it come again, you know, so it's not really a shift, but it's something very important with the norm on ecology, actually, in France, on the construction. The question of the concrete, you know, and the cost, the carbon cost of the concrete, is so much that you need strong reflection on each type of building, from the single housing to equipments, you know, to all kind of buildings. So we don't have the choice. We have to use this material and this kind of architecture. What we could do now, if you agreed with that, is to make a break for 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. And after we come back and with stone session. Are you agreed?
Perfect.
Okay. So at 4:35, 4:40, we come back with the stone session. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Clara.
Thank you.
Okay, we are coming back. Sorry for this little delay. Hello, Anna Isabel. Hello. So we are open the Ah bon? Ah ben, hello, Pedro.
Hello.
I don't know if we start or if we are waiting for the others.
Hello.
Hello,
Wait a couple
hello.
of minutes, maybe.
Clara.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's start with the stone sector third session. We will start with Nathalie Tornet. She's professor in a school, researcher, and she's the specialist. She's the Clara Vallée from Toulouse. Nathalie Tornet. She's a specialist in all this kind of material, and she will present the question of stone in Midi-Pyrénées. After that, Pedro de Azambuja Varela, je sais pas si, I don't know si c'est bien prononcé, et Zeljko Pavlovic to finish. So Toulouse, Porto, Zagreb at the end. So if you, Nathalie.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about stone sector in Midi-Pyrénées. A walk through the Midi-Pyrénées village to see stone construction is a structural challenge with a diversity of stone. It's ecological ethic. We can speak about carbon footprint before its time, and it's an aesthetic approach with landscape integration. However, contemporary buildings in natural and local stone have come marginal today. The goal of this presentation is to understand how we can reactivate the know-how, the regulations, and the knowledge of this natural material with a local approach. Firstly, we will give you an overview of the context of the stone sector. Secondly, we will consider the resource stone. And finally, we will define different points with a discussion. So let's start with the context. Actually, studies on the stone sector identify dynamics. Natural Regional Park have done a study with resource and actor localization. We have seen the map at the beginning in the introduction, and the goal is to identify actions for the future. All the next map of this presentation are taken from this study. Midi-Pyrénées is the region with the most carries in France, with 100 carries for 559 carries on national scale. And Midi-Pyrénées is also characterized by the great stone diversity. We have in blue the limestone carry, in red the granite carry, in green the shell carry, in the south we have marble carry, and in the center a little sandstone carry. We can see that 45% of the production is in the town. It's a little region, Sidon, with the granite. And other number important, it's 80% of this stone is for the funeral industry. And in the Lot department here, there are 21 carries, and the vast majority produce aggregates. So it's the first contradiction. There are a lot of carries for wall construction, for concrete fabrication, for funeral field, but few for wall building materials today. We have chosen 3 examples of extraction at different scale. The first one, it's not on the map because it's an experimentation. And the second, it's a classical carrier. It's in the Quercy. It's part of the Lot department. It's 70 to 30 kilometers. And the last one is other scale with other stone. It's a granite. And it's CW, 20 kilometers by 20 kilometers. So the first one, it's limestone of the Lot, and it's an experimentation with microcarries. The heritage rehabilitation is an exercise that requires practice, but also access to the resource becomes scary. There are not longer any local carries of loss. It's stone that we see on the picture. It's a flat stone used on roof and very common in this department. The carry of the department are not able to have the quantity, the quality, the diversity, and the time frame required. The solution of recycling by dismantling built heritage that for sale or in ruins, it's not a solution. And it's possible to require the material elsewhere. However, this material have not the same color, so it changes the appearance at the landscape scale. Here, one solution with micro carry, it's a little production. For example, here we have 150 tons of stone. And in this project, the micro architecture, typical building or contemporary approach must be identified before the material extraction. Here, it's an experimentation to validate the technical feasibility. The second one, it's the classical stone extraction. It's in the Lot department. The name of the carry is the Senevier, and it's extracted in layers. We can see here in the picture very stratified benches, and this stone break up into elements of disparate dimensions and shape from 6 to 20 centimeters and 15 to 50 centimeters. The color is gray and orange, and it's most often used for calade. We can see 2 pictures with Bonagil Castle here and Saint-Cyr-la-Popie here. It can be a materials for architecture too. We can use as a dry stone or with mortar for the wall construction. And the last scale, we have changed the place. We are in the CW, is the CW granite. It's one of the largest granite processing centers in the world. There are about 20 carries that extract block granite. Approximately 150,000 tons of granite are extracted each year. It's the first French granite producer. The color is, we can see here, it's light to dark gray. And we have a picture with Plot carries. It's the most important granite extraction site in France, and 50% of the production is exported to Italy, Germany, Poland, Austria. So it's a very specific approach of the stone sector. This production is for funeral field, and however, this material is used as a granite cobblestone. We have example in Castres, the city near the CW, or les Champs-Élysées. And in architectural scale, it can be a part of sculptural of Sagrada Familia or with a raw granite menhir in Montpellier with a medical school. So there are still few buildings today with these materials. With the choice of the three carries, the aim is to show different approaches of the stone production, from the smaller to the monumental carries, and from the smaller to monumental stone local architecture. And we can see on the maps in Midi-Pyrénées, there are raw materials, there are carries, there are stone professional. And so why stone architecture is marginal today? For the beginning, there are 4 points to discuss. The first one, it's the Industrial Revolution. In the past, there were many more carries because limestone, logs are interesting building stone. Today, most of these carries have closed and others have reconverted for cement or aggregate industry. Indeed, since the Industrial Revolution and the introduction of new building materials such as concrete or steel, natural stone have been progressively disappear. To understand the industrial process world, we will compare stone material and concrete building material process. We have a diagram with the stone process, and it in the same approach with Clara for the wood construction, the starting point is the material, and the results, it's here the massive stone wall, but with the characteristic of the stone. And if we see the industrial process here with the concrete wall, it's the opposite. The starting point is the result. What kind of concrete wall we want. And all the transformation or fabrication with the raw materials can change, and we obtain the results. This is a fundamental point in our current system, and we will see the consequences of this posture. The first is on the regulation, because the regulations are in link with the natural stone masonry units or masonry work in small units. And all the text was written by the concrete characteristic. The regulation is for concrete construction, and it's not in adequation with the stone characteristic. In 2007, the Technical Center of Natural Building Materials have researches for the code system. The first steps was a database. The database is all the stone in France with a characteristic. The name of the database is Lithoscope. There is a link on the internet, and the first stone for beginning of the research for the rules. Other research are on the identification of French stone, or the other on the earthquake and stone construction. And this all this work is to introduce new rules with the stone characteristic. And we can speak about regulation. We should speak the RE 2020. We have seen before the process of fabrication of stone, and the low level of processing of the raw material makes stone a well choice for the future RE 2020 regulation. And perhaps it permits to reactivate with the regulation the stone building choice. Another consequence is the cost. The first one, if the rules are not in adequation with the stone construction, it imposes unnecessary additional cost. That is the first point. But there are other points. The responsive parameters for the cost of the material are the link to the characteristic of each stone, intrinsic qualities, and each carrier, capacity, production organization, sales, number of employers, and each geological bench, homogeneity in shine and color, scarcity, etc. So the cost fluctuation also depends on the lack of exploitation of resource, decreasing number of carriers with the supply and demand. And on the other hand, in the architecture stone, it's possible to develop a circular economy with the reuse, with local carries, micro carries, and stone demolition. For the future, it can be a way to reactivate the stone building. And the last point, it's design process. Stone building material required the merging of knowledge of various fields. With the industrial process, each step from the selection of the raw material to the transformation to the final material involves fragmented expertise area. In the case of public projects, at the beginning, the definition of the structural system is approximate. It's not possible to choose a carry and the material choice late in the design process. Is it a fragmented process? Ideally, the choice of material should be defined at the beginning and the carry is identified. And with these constraints and quality understood. In this way, the design process would involve toward the system from gearing that brings together architect, engineer, who know the material and who are curious about it. This knowledge is necessary. It orients the design process from an architectural concept. To do this, the first step, perhaps, it's interdisciplinary school with architect, engineer, and stonework students. The cross vision is decisive in reactivating stone building construction. So this discussion try to understand ways to reactivate the stone building scale with the future challenge, ecologic, economic, and social for the future transition. This presentation is just laid the first stone.
Thank you, Nathalie, for your intervention. Now, the mic goes to Pedro de Rambusa Valera. Ready to share your screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let me give you the access. Let me know if it works for you.
Yes. So, here it is. Share.
Okay.
Okay, you can see it perfectly.
Okay, we can see you. We can see your screen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I would like to thank this opportunity. Thank the Dean of the School of Porto and Toulouse and all of the European Bauhaus Go South. So my presentation is about stereotomy, stone technique, and as an opposition to concrete, as you will see. So when we think about new inventions, there is the good side of it, as you can see on the mass production of the 4T, but sometimes bad things happen, and we can see here the mighty emissions of traffic in city. Or for example, the electrical light bulb, which brought so much comfort, but brought also lots of unbalance in working hours and shifts and time zones in all of the world. This also happened with concrete. What seemed as a perfectly valid dream material brought dire consequences. As we can also see in this analysis of greenhouse gas emissions, where concrete, which uses cement and most notably iron and steel, is responsible for a large part of the emissions today. How can we combat this? So if we look at history and vernacular architecture, we can see that the intelligent uses of other materials such as stone surpass the needs, some of the needs of concrete, like covering a roof. This fake dome in Portugal is one such example, and this kind of architecture is also present in other places in Southern Europe, such as here in the Trulli, in Algarabelo, or on more ancient architecture like the Atreus treasure, where we can also see this kind of fake dome made of stone. However, it is in the ancient Greece that we start to see a more erudite use of stone by a careful cut, geometrized cut of these blocks, in which the forces produced by the weight of the stone are carefully distributed towards the ground. This came to be known as later on the 17th century as stereotomy, from the Greek word stereo, solid, and tomy, from the word section, so to cut the solids. In Roman architecture, these techniques were much more developed and gained a very wide role in all civil and military architecture. And towards the medieval times, it continued to be perfected, as we can see in this elliptical staircase, or on the amazing cathedral vaults that we know throughout Europe. So all of these amazing architectures are produced just by putting one stone besides the other in a careful way. This gave rise to lots of theoretical works, in this case, the treaty by Fraisier on the cutting of, actually it's called Coupe du pierre et du bois. So it is somehow, there's an analogy between the cutting of stone and wood because of the careful joining of these construction elements. This might be understood as one of the pinnacles of stereotomy is in Arles, in southern France, and it is an amazing roof of the Hôtel de Ville. And we can understand that stone must not be understood only as a vernacular material or traditional or historical source for architecture, but I think that we can see here even contemporary aesthetic qualities. However, as we've also seen on other presentations, the Industrial Revolution somehow made the usage of this kind of more traditional materials decline in favor of concrete, and namely steel, as we can see in these images. Concrete started to be the main material to be used. However, we can see lots of advantages in using other materials, namely stone or similar materials which perform in a similar fashion. Stereotomic constructions have advantages such as longevity, because they do not have the problems associated with metallic elements. They are faster to build because they don't need to wait for being in place drying. There's more circularity because the elements can be reused. They have more resistance to moving with the expansion of the materials, because these elements are not glued or bolted together. However, we live in current times, and current times have different kinds of processes. And if before we relied on traditional tools to cut stone, today we have automation in the form of robots. This is the robot of our faculty. These kind of processes brought a new interest in stereotomy. As we can see here on one of the first experiments on digital fabrication of voussoirs. A voussoir is one of these blocks which is carefully cut so that it works in compression with other blocks. These researchers, in this case of Giuseppe Falacara, gave rise to many research works on stereotomic systems. On the same time, there is an advance on the computational interpretation of stereofunicular systems. In this case, this image on the left is of a Gaudi model, and on the right is a CAD program. And this led to more researchers for free-form shapes. For example, this one developed on the MIT. We see today different researchers that use different developing methods, such as graphic statics for these free-form shapes, or the hanging models, such as the ones in Gaudi. We assist to different materialities dividing from stone, such as wood or milled light concrete blocks. And we also see different production methods, such as 3D printing or water jet cutting, or on the other hand, milling for in this case, for the EPS blocks that are covered with fiberglass, or diamond wire cutting. So we have a multitude of different techniques, all pointing to the same direction. How can we use these compression efficient materials to produce these shapes that allow us to cover our spaces? Here we have, for example, the Mapungumbue Interpretation Center. I hope I said it correctly, where locally made tiles with local earth were used to make these vaults, these domes. Or here this workshop in Lisbon, where a mold was produced and then filled with earth. And many of these blocks were produced to later build this vault made of earth voussoirs, which stood perfectly. In 2016, we see this amazing work in Venice, the Armadillo Vault, and where this very large shape with a 15-meter span is made of very thin slabs of stone, which we cut with different processes such as circular saw, cutting, milling, and also manual labor. But there are other ways of dealing with this kind of tectonics. And here we see a more recent work made by the same team, the Blocks Research Group of ETH Zurich, which is the Striatus 3D printed bridge. And here we also see the same stereotomic concepts in hand. We see an arch made of different blocks that are just leaning against each other. However, in this case, each of these blocks was produced with 3D printing. Although in this case, a mix very similar to concrete was used, the researchers claim that they want to experiment more earth-based compositions. And I can say, for example, that in Portugal, there is already this kind of research going on. And here we see how this stereotomic way of thinking can possibilitate these kind of architectures that, and for me this is very important, do not rely on steel to overcome this kind of spans. So we are putting the natural forces to work for us. On the other hand, there are other materials where we can look at, because when I talk about stone, I'm mostly referring to earthen-based materials. In a way, even earth, but they are the bad thing about cement of concrete is that you have to use big amounts of energy to produce cement out of the materials that you take away from earth. But there are other materials such as geopolymers, which use a very tiny amount of, sorry, did I lose the sharing? Can you make, okay, I clicked escape. Okay. Geopolymers is a material which is somehow similar to cement but uses much less energy. And this building of University of Queensland in Australia shows how it is already being applied into large elements. But this can also be applied to other more classic shapes, such as this vault, this elliptical vault proposed by Gaspard Monge, which is, for example, now very recently being studied and built by a Spanish researcher. These kind of procedures was experimented in our laboratory, and I'm going to show you quickly how we can go about this. So if we start with a shape that works correctly in compression, we can divide it into more meaningful blocks. And these blocks each have this special orientation for these contact faces. Well, if these contact faces can be interpreted as mold parts, and if we produce this kind of molds, and if we use a material to make this mold face, we can save lots of material. We can also use the computer to optimize the places for holding these vertical posts, as you'll see in the next slide, by using the robot with its special inclination to make the holes where we will put the vertical parts, such as this. We can then put the side contact faces of the mold, so that we can use different materials to fill this mold. These this material can be a stone derived composition or a geopolymer, for example. On the end, we are able to create these blocks of recomposition stone. In this case, it's a plaster for experimentation, and the structural efficiency is achieved. This was another design research for a larger vault, where one specific block was built, and these are just some images of what these new architectures could go about. So this is what I wanted to show you. Thank you very much.
Your microphone is turned off.
Sorry, I was saying, are you ready? I'm giving you the permission to share your screen. Thank you, Pedro, for your presentation. I'll scroll you up. Let me know if that works for you.
I think it works, yes.
Yes, we can see
you
your
can
screen.
also hear me, I think, yes.
Okay, we hear you out. That's
Okay.
good. Thank you.
So I'm the last of the lecture, I think. I'll try to be short and clear, because you are, I think, very tight. So I'm Željko Pavlović. I'm a lecturer in faculty.
Could you go full screen though? Could you go full screen?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Here we go, yes. I'm from Faculty of Architecture in Zagreb, Croatia, and in the next 10 minutes, I will try to explain you briefly some thinking about and try to open discussion about basic concepts of building with stone and contemporary restoration of traditional sea-coast Dalmatian stone house. Just in case to explain, the part of Croatia called Dalmatia is a Croatian piece of Mediterranean area. On your screens, it will be fast displayed one simple example of stone house renewal with some new and old technical inspiration concepts. So the Mediterranean stone architecture heritage is a basic authority in preserving and forming social, cultural, and spatial identity here in Croatia and also in Europe. The construction in stone, combined with wooden elements, is continuous inspiration of permanently contemporary architectural design. In 20th century, due to socio-historical circumstances and changes, especially in ex-socialism regimes such as ex-Yugoslavian area, the foundations of modern architecture squeeze out traditional architectural experience and materials. It is replaced with new methods and technologies of construction in a spirit of its time and very rapid change. Significant Croatian and I think European architects from the beginning of 20th century recognize and respect values of local traditional architecture. Through the combination and intertwining of modern and vernacular, they constantly find inspiration for new architectural achievements. So originally, traditional vernacular stone house construction, due to economic situation, was primarily based on economically sustainable and ecological principles of construction. It reflected the way and style of life at that time. Residential traditional architecture was related to agriculture, livestock, and fishing. So due to existential circumstances, it adapted to the local climate's daily activities and customs. That so-called architecture without architects was economically and technologically poor, but the purpose itself was creating architecture. Such experiences have been passed down for generations and adapted in the needs and social activities of that time, with the primary task effectively protecting the household. It was built mostly of local stone materials, and the houses are oriented toward the sun, land configuration, and wind direction. Everything was subordinated to function and sustainability. Aesthetics were reduced to modest or more luxurious design, ornaments, and decorations. Decoration was a reflection of economical and social status. And such architecture created over the centuries today evokes sentiment, nostalgia, and it is an indispensable part of Croatian and, of course, European cultural heritage. Now, in Croatian part of Mediterranean, mostly the tourism is the leading initiator of reconstruction vernacular stone heritage. That kind of architecture today is respected and recognized by local population, tourists, visitors, and professions also. But good-looking historic and local tradition stone building, with all its beauty in material, detail, and sculpture, cannot be the only factor and reason of long-term life and rational maintenance. Today, we know much more about stone as material than before. For example, thermal insulation in mild winter and warm Mediterranean summer. We also know about chemical and mechanical characteristic and specification. We also about the thermal insulation and the stone heat capacity in the especially Mediterranean. We also have many low-tech solutions of cooling and perhaps heating ventilation systems recognized from various traditional heritage all over the Mediterranean. From Spain and Portugal, for example, to Turkey and the Middle East culture. Also, the fact is that the stone is a local building material, and there is a lot of that material in Mediterranean area. The more important thing is that limestone material is visible, it is on the land surface, so we can avoid a large green land and forest devastation to reach the stone materials. It's very simple. Today, rebuilding a traditional stone house is a demanding and very sensitive architecture and construction quest that raises a number of questions. First of all, it opens the dilemma of adapting and harmonizing the traditional way of building with the values of contemporary architecture interpretation. When we analyze the previously reconstructed or newly built stone house, here in Croatian coast, for example, we notice that unfortunately prevails one basic principle: create new, so-called must be original architectural effects and design forming aesthetically interesting but experimental technological details. Such houses deny previous experiences of stone construction and do not respect the specific climatic extreme conditions of the coast, for example. Their design, which I call effects and sensations, open up a number of technical problems that slowly lead to construction damage or at least extremely high maintenance costs. Sustainable modern stone architecture based on previous crafts and today's technical experience is oriented on the installation of proven and durable materials. It also includes previous experiences of stone construction in order to avoid technical problems instead of solving problems, counting on real capacities and stone craft possibilities, which is very important. So fortunately, in Croatia, we have two important locations which keep the stone in architecture across Mediterranean Europe alive. The first location is island of Brač. This is the small island nearly city of Split, across the sea, across the Split. With great stone tradition and school of stone masonry. And for example, Washington DC's White House facade is originally built with white limestone from island of Brač. There is also a very rare and famous stone craft and stone art high school specialized for hand carving in stone. It's very interesting. And the second location is a small town in central Istria, the part of Croatia, called Pazin, is also the center of stone masonry and center of stone industry. A lot of their stone is incorporated, for example, in buildings and pavements of famous historical Venice. These two locations in Croatia today keep whole kind of knowledge and tradition of building and forming in stone, ensuring for now the safe future of that kind of craft here in Croatia. That is very important because in the case lacking of knowledge and ability to build or form the architecture stone, there will be no more interest for that kind of craft, and it will be very expensive and economically unprofitable to build in stone if you have luck with technical art and craft knowledge. So as a conclusion, in order to preserve the concept of local stone architecture, it should be a mixture of traditional experience and modern and verified technical capabilities. In order to be ecologically acceptable and economically sustainable for the long time, it's recommended to install local stone material, respecting the current traditional knowledge about stone when we reconstruct, rebuild, or just build with stone material. Traditional stone architecture teaches us a lot about ecology and sustainable construction. At the time when there were no air conditioners, for example, or similar devices, stone was very skillfully used to maintain a comfortable house temperature, especially in the Mediterranean summer, when, for example, preserving food from spoilage was vital for residents of that time. Today, the traditional concepts can be applied as, for example, low-tech concepts of modern residential buildings. This makes home smarter, simplifies maintenance, saves energy, protects environment, and saves money. And the aesthetic effects and possibilities of noble material, such as limestone in this case, is immeasurable, which is evidenced by today's cultural heritage of traditional stone architecture. In Croatia, a lot of tourism is spinning up around the historical stone house effects and ambient and structure. So thank you. This is all for me now. I think it was short and clear. So I'm finishing with a sentence of our deceased architect, Alexander Fronderaj in Croatia. Thanks again.
Thank you, Joshko. Thank you for keeping up the time and for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Yes, thanks to all of you for this very different but it give us a very good landscape about this question of stone from different parts of Europe. Very interesting. So we have time now for question. Who would like to give remarks or ask questions?
I would like to ask Pedro Valera about if he has any idea about the cost of this building methodology at this point. Obviously, it must be high, but how high at this point? I mean, I love the presentation and I'm wondering, you know, how long it has to take until we shift, something like that.
So as you perfectly understood, this is a very speculative work for now. And for it to take the industry by storm, there needs to be many changes in attitude. But I can say that we are currently developing another research in which we will show how these kind of techniques can be applied to very mundane architecture moments, like making a regular slab or a staircase, or for example, a very simple thing when we build rammed earth walls. We know many cases here in Portugal where we have rammed earth constructions, and then on the windows or doors we have a little concrete element on top to overcome that part, and these kind of structural requirements can be overcome with this stereotomic approach. So that is one other approach. So when we start to make this kind of logics being accepted by contractors and by the normal audience, and it starts to enter the lexicon, I am sure that it will eventually become cheaper than current construction. But that is not the case for now, as it is mainly living inside speculative and academic world. But the idea is that, and I think this is important for all of this session, is that because we believe in this kind of, why do we believe in this kind of materials? Because they are economic, and not only in terms of money. They are economic because they make sense, because they are readily available. So on the long term, they will also become economic for the finances. So I'm sure that we must work on the medium and long run.
Yeah, you clearly illustrate that it's exactitude and a speed that can be brought in by new technologies. You know, that's very well illustrated. So yeah, that's a new way. Thank you.
Yes, this level that you give, Pedro, this level of knowledge with a stone construction, with stereotomy, it was the highest level could appear from the Gothic period, or even from the classical period. You shown us the Hôtel de Ville d'Arles with the flat vault, you know, which is a kind of technological experience with stone, the highest point that you could find in France. But it's quite difficult, you know, to imagine actually what happened with stone, with contemporary architecture. Is not stereotomy, it's more tas de charge. I don't know how to translate that in English. Tas de charge meaning you are not making vault, you know, you are going, you understand tas de charge?
It's when you put one element on top of another.
Yes, one stone on top of the other, and when you want to create a vault, you know, slowly you put the stone like that. Is the base, you know, of the stereotomy from the old time, you know. But actually, with the economic question that Riva put in front, you know, it's very important, and we have Gilles Perrodin with dealing, you know, with a big stone wall of something like 50-60 centimeter thick, and with this big element of stone. So stereotomy could be another level, definitely. I have a question of who still deal with economy. I listened to something I want to share with Portuguese, and maybe I don't know if there is some Spanish with us today. It's for the next 6 years. 60% of the production of stone from Spain and Portugal have been taken by China. I don't know for which reason, you know, but and all the price of the stone is coming up to 30%. So, and it has a strong effect in France. So I don't know if you are aware of that, you know, and this Geo-Bio-Sourced material, you know, at the beginning, we have the feeling that it doesn't cost so much, but there is a change of paradigm actually with that. I don't know if you are aware of that. I don't know, Pedro.
In Portugal, we see a big rise in construction prices, and construction materials have been rising constantly, and namely steel, and responding to that fact that you said, for example, I should quote that I've read the other day that there is a joint venture. I don't remember which countries, but there is being built a microchip factory here in Europe. Why? To combat the dependency on China. And I think this says a lot. And as we've seen on the other presentations, many times, maybe mostly all the times, the best material to build is the one which is locally sourced. So I should say that I'm sure that one of the ways is to go local and locally source materials and make the needed factories to transform the materials as less as possible as needed to build. That's what I think it should be done.
I don't know if I know I see Antonio Esposito. I was looking if some friend from Italy was there, because you know that the Italians came first long before the Chinese, because our white marble from Estremoz in Alentejo for a long time was sold in Italy as Carrara marble. So this is not for not only the Chinese use our marble.
And even the French with the rose.
I don't know if Esposito is going to respond to me, but are you there, Antonio? Is this true? But it's a kind of, you know, paradox, and it's incredible because they came in. I don't know. Now we are in Portugal. I don't know. In Portugal, we have a huge dependence on China. You know that one of the electricity, one of the main sectors, the majority of the stocks are Chinese. So that's a huge problem. Antonio, I was provoking you, saying that
yes,
you are selling Carrara marble from Estremoz.
Desculpa lá, eu estava só um instante à casa de banho, mas acompanhei a discussão toda, a apresentação toda.
You have to talk in English, sorry.
Yes, also, but I'm not so able to speak English. I can understand everything. Everything was explained, but I'm not so able to speak. Mm-hmm. So you are provoking me about what?
About our marble, white marble. That
white marble, white
stone that goes to Carrara is sold like
this is
Carrara marble.
Our white stone is limestone, as you know. Yes, there is. This is my land is one of the maybe most important land in which traditionally building was made even almost only by stone, vertical parts and horizontal parts covering. So the capacity of masonry is very evolved, but now, of course, we lost many part of this abilities. So I have a project in which I try to recover some of this ancestral savoir-faire of building stone, but maybe there will be another opportunity for you.
Okay. Thanks all of you. Maybe we could try. I don't want to at this point to make any conclusion of this this afternoon. I have to do it on the program, but you know, the best conclusion that I could take is it was very important to share, and I think we have a lot, you know, to learn. We have a lot to learn from each country with this net of new Bauhaus. So it was really a great experience, and maybe we have to go ahead with that, you know, with all the country on the net, for sure. Spain could add a lot of things about that, you know. To finish, maybe we could go at the finishing point of the this afternoon, you know, with Andrea Ulberger, with this parallel lesson from the Bauhaus, you know, and it was at the first meeting we had. Joao, Andrea already give us a lecture about the Bauhaus, you know, the name of the Bauhaus, and she's finishing a book about this question. And so we ask her for the end to give us the connection with the Bauhaus, you know, if a connection could be done. And so she decided to she proposed teaching in time of crisis, lessons from the Bauhaus. So Andrea.
Hello everybody. Good evening, and thank you for the invitation. You hear me? Yes?
Oui, on regarde si l'écran est bien partagé.
Je n'ai pas encore partagé mon écran, mais je peux le faire.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm professor at the architecture school in Toulouse, professor for art and visual studies. And I will go back to the old Bauhaus, but I will talk a little bit about crisis and a little bit about economy in the end, and a little bit about ideological material. So I want to present you a publication called Teaching in Time of Crisis, Lesson of the Bauhaus in French. The publication is a symposium proceeding about Bauhaus, its teaching and its influences until today. We organized this symposium in Toulouse in autumn 1919 to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the Bauhaus. And the aim was to understand how the Bauhaus could be so creative in such difficult times. And a few months after the 100th anniversary, after the conference, the world is facing a major crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has an immediate impact on education, transforming from March 2020 teaching into telework, dematerialized courses, introducing into everyday life a new vocabulary such as terms distance and face-to-face, pedagogy, theoretical, practical transmission, as well as the relationships between teachers and students are affected, and everything must be resolved with a certain urgency. This crisis is exceptional in its magnitude, but it's not the first, and it echoes other crises of the past in which teaching has to face hostile situations. The Bauhaus, the school of Gestaltung, has been confronted with numerous crises throughout its existence. The end of the First World War and the Spanish flu pandemic occurred a few months before its opening, marking the entire generation, teachers and students alike. This was followed by a turbulent period of the First German Republic, the Weimar Republic. A part of German population was looking for another political model. Attempts at change with the first manifest themselves in the Spartacist Revolution in Berlin, and the Republic of Councils in Munich were crushed in a bloodbath with assassination, among others, of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht in Berlin in 1919. And the Republic of Council in Munich ended with assassination of the socialist Kurt Eisner and the anarchist Gustav Landauer. The Bauhaus was born in this violent context, seeking, like the artistic avant-garde movements throughout Europe, to give form to urgent need for change, building a new society through the design of a new environment and adapted habitat, also meant for the teachers and students of the Bauhaus to repair the bettered society. However, the conflicts with which the Bauhaus was confronted did not end in 1919. The economic, social, cultural, and political crisis multiplied during the Weimar Republic. Inflation, unemployment, important confrontation between different political factions, communists, anarchists, socialists, and right-wing parties, that more and more extreme right-wing parties made the daily functioning of the Bauhaus difficult. Forced to move twice to occupy 3 different locations, Weimar, Dessau, and Berlin, the Bauhaus lived in a permanent crisis. It was constantly attacked by the right-wing political parties and a part of the German left too. In addition to these quarrels, there were virulent internal disputes. And finally, it is the last crisis, the arrival of Hitler to power, that puts an end to the educational experiment and generates the dispersion of part of the teachers and students around the world. But today's understanding of the Bauhaus seems to be very far removed from the notion of crisis. The controversies that ran through it are generally forgotten, and the images that imposed themselves through its architecture, its metal furniture, its interior design no longer correspond at all to this sometimes bellicose atmosphere. To analyze the less visible aspects of this school characterize the contribution, and I will show you the table of contents of Pierre-Damien Huyghe, philosopher, Tim Benton, architectural historian, Joseph Abraham, architect and historian, Anna Châtelier, architect and doctoral students, Bruno Fayol-Lusac, an architectural historian, Sophie Fétraud, a design theorist and lecturer at the University of Paris 1 Sorbonne, Sigrid Parvekel, Joanne Pouzinc, and the artist Dominique Dehaye. Between cliches and realities, between the past and the present, their text shed light on this icon of modernity, thus contributing to a better understanding of the historical moment and at the same time opening up avenues for reflection on our contemporary situation, the present and the future crisis we have to face. And I will talk from two articles, which it seems to me correspond to a certain aspects of today's topics. It's the first one. So first is Pierre-Damien Huyghe, the philosopher, the French philosopher. He based this article on a text written by Walter Gropius in 1923. In question the place of economy. Is economy a way of administering technique? Walter Gropius defends another method of working in the workshops, which he called laboratory. Creating a union between different ways of working, these laboratories exclude the economy. According to Pierre-Damien Huyghe, this exclusion is essential because economic works in secrecy and directs the technique, whereas the idea of the laboratory allows to explore all technical possibilities without economic obstacles. Pierre-Damien Huyghe concludes that it is precisely from the idea of laboratory that the Bauhaus was able to create new relationships to technique. And Tim Benton is interested in the Bauhaus furniture adventure and particularly in the metal chairs. In his article, he questions a major icon of modernity from the Bauhaus and explains that contrary to common belief, the use of metal, particularly for making chairs, does not save money even in industrial production. The use of steel, especially when the objective is to give the illusion that the chair structure is made in one piece, is much more expensive than wood. If the use of wood persists because it's less expensive and more functional, metal is, however, quickly transformed in an ideological material whose objective is to represent, or rather to give the illusion that modernity could be functional. So in the end, to resume these two items, Huyghe tells us that we have to be careful with economy if we want to find new ways to use technique. And Benton tells us some materials are more ideological than really useful. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Andrea. To go back to the start of the Bauhaus, it could be a great lesson also with this articulation with art techniques. So I don't know, maybe
I would like to, if you give me the floor for the last word, I will be.
Okay, João, it's your.
Okay. I don't know, it was in the program, if someone wants to make questions before.
Yes. So we have 5 minutes for question. If
yeah, Yeah. So I'll talk later.
If not, we could go ahead with you, Joao, and the conclusion, the word of conclusion.
Can I share the screen once again, please?
Yes, you could.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Do you see?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So thank you for giving me the floor and the opportunity to greet and congratulate all the people involved in the sessions, either in their preparation or direct participation, those that were at the background solving all the technical issues, and last but not the least, the attendants. I wish to thank in particular the leaders of each event and their teams, of course. Riva, Teresa, Mia, Saverio, Deborah, and Remy. Your knowledge in parallel with your enthusiasm and strong conviction on the agency to shift to a new paradigm were essential to stand up this Geo-Bio-Sourced consortium. Now it is the time to prepare the blended intensive programs, actual architectural design workshops, whose outcomes will be specific proposals that aim to be examples of good practices. Due still to COVID restrictions, the new schedule will be announced soon. I hope to see you soon on one of these BIPs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And goodbye to all of you. See you soon. So.
Thank you. This was a great session. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you in person someday.
Yeah, that's it. We need absolutely to be
we need
all
it
together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye.